Hello, hello. Okay. This is going to be the first attempt at potentially having chat on screen. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I tried this a couple times. It didn't crash everything. But like we saw last time, you know, that's tentative of if it decides to work. So everyone's going to have to let me know what it looks like. It looks like the chat sizes are vastly different. I'm not saying I favor one of you over the other, but it does look like maybe there's a bit of a favoritism at play there. I'm seeing an ad. I hope you're making billions with it. Yeah. We'll go ahead and say it's not that much. Overlays. Right? Yeah. Okay. So I think we go into YouTube chat and then we can like tweak this. Hopefully. I think this is why. This probably needs to be like 25. And then save. And then we'll see if that works better. Let me post something in. Post something in YouTube chat and I'll see if that looks a little bit better. Or if it's like completely disappeared. Okay, that seems better. Again, it's kind of scuffed right now. We'll have to see. But at least it gives everyone something. Everyone's got some real estate on screen now. It's better than we had in the past. Again, my goal here isn't to like get a perfect stream. It's just to show up and every time have it be like a little bit better than the last time. You have a quest? Oh God. All right, what's your quest? Always scares me to see that Kamir's not here. Yeah, I think we probably lost a few during the initial only streaming to Twitch session. Hello, hello. Glad to see you again. Just got to make sure that everything's actually appearing on screen. Okay. It looks like it's working, but I kind of want to like move it over just a little bit. Something like that. Okay. Let's do this. Chrono node. Interesting. Oh, this is cool. So you do this instead of like putting in an arbitrary number and then seeing if that's the right amount of days or months, because one of them it starts, or one of them 0 index and one of them's like month or 1 indexed. Oh no. This doesn't feel like a quest. This feels like a bug fix or a bug report. Okay, let's see. Dynamically imported module. Interesting. Yeah, I run into a lot of problems when I try and use import maps. I don't know. It's always something like that where it's just upset for some reason. Also, it looks like maybe Twitch is not happy right now. Let me refresh. I changed some of my stream settings. So, oh, I see. It's telling me that my average stream bitrate might be high. But it looks fine. What should I shift to? I'm really not sure. Yeah, because every time I try using import maps, it works until it doesn't, is what I've run into. And it's kind of frustrating because I don't know. It feels like, so for me personally, I usually use just ESBuild. But it feels like when I use ESBuild, everything just kind of works out of the box. I never have to think about it. But whenever I use import maps, I'm constantly having to actually think about how to make things work, which is where a lot of my frustrations come from. Or like, man, I'm not here to think about JavaScript packages and how to import them. IntelliSense also doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't. Again, I think a lot of it is probably maybe like it's not mature enough yet or something, but it is a little bit frustrating. I mean, I don't know how bad it is, but like I think we're using it for the Linktree project, right? But aside from that, it feels like I always run into something similar to this. And I don't know how to fix it being upset about like a, whatever the error is, dynamic whatever. Dynamically imported module. Seeing another ad? How are there more ads? Okay, hold on. We got to go rescue Twitch chat. 30-minute. Okay, it's telling me ads are off for 30 minutes. So I don't know what it hit you with. Oh, UK VPN. Okay, maybe that's why. Yeah, if it gets bad, let me know. I think I can turn it down for like below the 3 minutes, and then it'll calm down. Let me see. Tree Tailwind. Because I'm pretty sure we used... I messed that up. I'm pretty sure we used import maps here. They don't serve them in Pakistan. The only thing I like about Pakistan. I feel like... Oh, yep. We always have something. Always got that one saving grace, right? Okay, let's try this. Because I'm pretty sure, but I just want to verify real quick. Config? I mean, yeah, we got it right there. Yeah, so this one's using... I have not tried NeoVim. Hello, Marcelo. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, there's a... I don't know. I'm hoping that someone comes along and just does a proper import map tutorial or something to make it all make sense. But to me, it always just frustrates me. DHH is already annoyed by NeoVim. Yeah. I think he makes a very valid point, which is like there's a lot of glaze that happens after you've used it for a while. And when you're looking at it from the perspective of a new user, you don't have that same amount of, wow, this looks magical. You're just like, that looks like a lot of work, which is like the main complaint with like most tools. It's like the Arch users of the world. They prefer to like build their own thing, have something super unique. And I'm over here like, man, the less I got to think about that and the more I can just use my computer, the better. Okay. Let's see. Let me just check on Stiff real quick. Yes, I think Twitch is unhappy with like the bit rate I'm sending. So I think in the future I got to turn it down just a little bit. Try pinning Chrono node and importing it. Okay, let me get status. Git commit -m. Give me changes. Git checkout -b. Chrono node. What is it? Bin / import map pin chrono node. Okay. Let me come back over to what your issue was right here. Pinned it, imported it. Okay. Let me do git. Let me see, git controller. Well, I guess we already have like the pages, right? App, views, admin, index. We'll do it in the index page. So I'll just do a Rails G stimulus chrono test, or we'll just do chrono. And we can come into the JavaScript, controllers, chrono controller. We'll do that. And we'll come in here, console.log connected to the chrono controller. And let's just comment this out real quick and then we'll see. Is it bin/dev or is it Rails? I don't remember. It's been like a day since I used this app, so everything's already like gone in one ear and out the other. Dean and then password. Control-Shift-I, console. Okay, so nothing. Oh, because I have to actually activate. Okay, so let's come into index. We'll do it like up here, I guess. Controller equals chrono. Data dash, like that. Okay, so this is connected. And then what's that Lotus login page? I forget where we got that from. That was like, wait, I have it in the README maybe. Let me see. Down here maybe? This one, I think. Yeah. It's the V2 for this one. So I'll paste it. It's the tw-elements.com. Okay, so yeah, we can come in here. This is now connected. Now we'll try to import. Oops. And then we'll see if it's upset about this. Yeah, failed to register controller, blah, blah, blah. So let's see. Let's see what we can find out. Using import maps. And then I need the stimulus controller. This. Da-da-da. Available as an ES module. Add the package to import map. Already did that. Use a bundler if necessary. Yeah, it might be better to just go over to ES build, I think, because even what I'm seeing online is use a bundler to make it work. And then I have to figure out where we just were. Git checkout sort before all this happened. Hold on, we're scrolling. Oops. Let me come up here. Oh, it's switch. Oh, sort button. Okay. Okay. Git checkout sort button. There we go. Why is DHH pushing things that are not ready? It should just work. Yeah, that's unfortunately that is a complaint I've had for a while, but what are you gonna do? I guess there's quite a few of those where they should ideally just work, but it seems like they never quite do. And import maps is definitely one of them where I've heard that complaint from a couple people, where out of the box it doesn't work quite right. Why is Trix hated so much? For me personally, it feels like it's a chore to extend it and work with it as opposed to like other tools. Is this the image? There's got to be an image tag somewhere. Image tag in here. So like for me, I'd rather there be some kind of library that just says, hey, you want to add like a button to it or something. And then you just do a quick little call to add that button. But what I often find is that the advice is to like, I don't know, hack together some JavaScript to make it extendable. And that to me is a subpar experience. The style, I bet the style right here needs to change. Auto block size 24. Object contain. I wonder if that's why. Thoughts on Rhino editor? An action text compatible rich text editor. Ooh. I haven't heard of this. Right, it is a drop-in replacement for Trix that allows you to continue using action text but be able to provide a much more rich text editing experience. Real-time collaboration, syntax, highlighting, table editing. Tip-tap under the hood, which gives powerful hooks into the editor schema, allowing you to build just about anything into your WYSIWYG. Okay. It's like you're the only viewer here on Twitch. Yeah. I think I broke stuff when I went live twice in a row like that. People are probably just like, I'm not dealing with his shenanigans today. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this seems like it might be something worth looking into. Because I'll take anything over the default, like, Tricks editor experience. Or, like, the action text editor experience, I should say. Let's see. It's the best way to keep ERB manageable. I feel like just partials, if you can, is the only thing I can really say there. I think that's partially why, no pun intended, so many people advocate for stuff that doesn't happen in the ERBs. But I don't know. I think if your file starts getting long, you probably should be asking yourself if it all needs to be in one file. And that question alone probably keeps it somewhat maintainable. But even there, a lot of it is then going to boil down to, are you extracting it the right way? Because like here, I feel like this isn't extracted the right way. Because sometimes I'll be looking at something and like, let's say the admin links or something, and then I want to go find them. And then instead of them being in the admin folder, they're in the links folder. Or if I put them in the links folder, then I'm like, or if I put them in the admin folder, I look in the links folder. And then if I look in like the links folder, I actually put them in the admin folder. And it's like, there's some cases where it's just kind of hard to decide where you want to put things, because your brain is just always thinking about it from the other perspective. Haml is more manageable than ERB. Have you tried it before? Yeah, I tried it back in like the Rails 4 days, I want to say. It seemed pretty good. It was just more an issue of like, back then, I didn't really understand how to translate from ERB to Haml. And now, as much as I would like to use something that's less bad, I don't want to like subject other people when they're watching the videos now to like having to do that same translation that I failed with previously, which is where I'm a bit stuck. Because I always try and keep it accessible, and then it's a balance of like, how do I make sure people can still follow along with what I'm doing without hating every second of what I'm doing. Okay, I'm going to leave this. I want to do the themes. I need to focus because this would really like to get through the rest of this Tailwind project today. Or sorry, this Linktree project, so that we can hopefully move on to something a bit more cool. I was playing around with a Contabo server, that one that got linked in chat the other day, that hosting. And I got like a basic type of Minecraft server up and running on here. It's like a Forge server. But I'm really curious. I have a couple of ideas here where it might be interesting to like throw a Rails server on here and see how like what we can do. What are your thoughts on Flex and View Component? I think that because I've used both of them at some point. I think I've done a video on each. I think like the idea behind them seems pretty good because you're basically just going to be writing tests for like Ruby code at that point. But again, it feels like I'm adding an extra layer on top of what's already like a busy set of, I don't know, workflow. And I'm not quite sure how I feel about writing front-end code in the back end like that. It feels weird to me. Or I'm like writing Ruby code that then generate. Again, it's like with the form helpers. For me personally, I would rather just have like a straight form tag, even as opposed to like the form with helper that I can use in Rails. So if I'm then also doing all of this from like a Ruby file as opposed to just here in like what ultimately looks like a HTML file, that extra level of like abstraction for me is a little bit confusing sometimes. But I think that's more me than anything else. Because I don't think that other people probably share that sentiment. Linktree. Yeah, I have to go in there. It's just, for me personally, the further away I get from whatever I'm working on, the more I'm like, if I need to do something that appears to be under the hood in a different environment, it probably wouldn't be as under the hood, which is what we were talking about with like Next.js last week, I think, where, yeah, you're writing a lot more of the code that does stuff, but then the code that does stuff is just right here. So if you want to change it, you can just pop in and change it. Whereas with Ruby, like if I want to change, for example, how devise works, I have to go generate the devise controllers and then override the devise controllers, and I gotta go find where all of this stuff is so that I can even figure out how to do this. Meanwhile, with Next.js, it's just like, oh, I'm going to go into the auth file and I'm going to change it from a login page to a log out page or something. I don't know. But you get the idea, hopefully. Have you tried Daku before? Or Doke? All right, you know what? I've heard of it. I've never looked into it. First question, how do I pronounce it before I get roasted for this? I'm assuming because it's Docker, it's Daku. But y'all got a video. Please just say the word. Oh, man, there's no audio. Okay, hold on. How to pronounce. It's got to be like Daku, right? Or Doku? Where's the origin? But yeah, I've heard a couple people mention it, especially when I was talking about like the Kamal stuff. This came up quite a bit. So this might be something I have to look at then. Yeah. Because there's like a bunch of comments that I got about this. But again, there's always more stuff that people want me to cover, and I'm just like, there's so much here. Where do I start? Coolify? Self-hosting? Pricing? Unlimited trial. Get everything without limits. Oh, that reminds me. If anyone has, because this came up on the hosting video, the Railway, Render, and Fly.io. Does anyone know of like a free hosting platform similar to those where there's an actual free tier as opposed to a trial tier? Someone was asking about that, and I genuinely don't know anymore because I feel like the free tiers are evaporating as quickly as they show up these days. Which makes sense if everyone's trying to like lean down, that they're gonna go through and get rid of anything that costs them money. Pricing, docs. Open source, there is no free trial. Yeah, in this case, it's just more, I guess, what would it be? Like, is this you self-host this? Or is this like Kamal but better? I mean, that's not a... Okay, so there is a hosted cloud and paid version. Here we go. Oh, there's just a login page with no further information. Okay. All-in-one PaaS that helps self-host your own applications, database, or services. The paid version. Push to deploy. Yeah. Okay. Installation. Let's see. Seeing the following apps. Automatic installation. Oh, geez. Okay. Some apps have one-click install. Yeah, I'm assuming some have a one-click, and then for others, you just got to like take it as it goes. Yeah, there's one. I was trying to do it. I want to say it was like a Genti. I was trying to set up like a cPanel alternative because I always get asked about these. And it's like open source. Installation instructions are as simple as just running one script, allegedly. Could not get this to work. I don't know why, but my system was just not happy with running anything Python related. So I ended up wiping the entire server, and then I had to like start from scratch. And then eventually I got not this one up and running, but it was like a different cPanel alternative. And it was, I don't know, also a pain, but like a different kind of pain. So whenever I see like open source one-click install. I'm like, yeah, it's a one-click install with an asterisk. Depending on how you deploy Dockerfile versus build pack, you sometimes have to manually add port mappings. Oh, I see. Yeah, so this will be something I'll probably take a look at then. Maybe we can add this to the list for the week. Try to deploy something with this. I have to find my list though. Doku. What's the difference between ES build versus... here, I'll just do this. I want to find the one that I saw when they were talking about... this isn't it. What is it? Oh, I can't find it anymore. It's been like a few years. Your speed was one of the main ones, but also like, I don't know. For me, I've seen I don't have a lot of issues when I have to run ES build. When I run Webpacker, it feels like with import maps, like where I have to actually care about it. With ES build, a lot of times it's just I set it and I forget it, and it seems to do its job. Everything else, I feel like it's always, I don't know, it requires some amount of attention to make sure it's still doing what I think it's doing. Like in the case of the Chrono package, where like I assume it's working, and then I go to try it, and then it's like, oh, nope, no dynamic import. No, you don't get to do that. How about displaying a live number of viewers from both platforms? I've thought about that. I don't know. For me, I don't really mind the viewer numbers. Like I don't look at them too much. I guess if people want to see that, I can add it. That's going to be, I guess that's up to everyone else. Did we end up doing this last time? Models, theme. Okay. Yeah, so we'll come in here. Something like this. And then we want to come up here, because I'm going to try and replicate what we had last time, even though we were using Bootstrap, and you know, Bootstrap is cringe. But I'd like to at least get in here and say that we can like copy over some of the stuff, and then we'll deal with like cleaning it up after. So we have the theme there. We need to come into the user theme. Yeah, so I don't have it here, so we're going to have to add both of these, which we'll do right here. Best book for creating a production Rails app, like learning about all the best practices. Honestly, I have no idea. I am like a Rails illiterate person. Considering how much I read for like software in general, I still haven't really looked at a lot of Rails books. So I wouldn't even know where to start recommending. Which is probably a indictment of my Rails capabilities. That's okay. So we have these two themes. What's your favorite framework? I guess for like web development, it's probably still Rails. But if I have to choose something where like I have to actually do some work, and I like get to choose everything, I'm probably going to go with something like C# related. Just because that to me is like my comfort zone. It's just, it feels like I can do pretty much whatever I want to, and I can just rely on like my theoretical background. And I'm just like, yeah, spin something up, make it work. Go check out the battery life or something on the computer, and just, it doesn't matter what I want to do. I kind of have a pretty good idea of how to do it. But for like web development, it's still going to be Rails, which is mostly just like, man, if they had another tool where I could just scaffold out that much of an application that quickly, I'd probably jump on board real fast. But with Rails, I just always feel like no matter what the idea is, I can just sit here and go, woo, and just like conjure up a application out of thin air. I pronounce Daku like Heroku, but Daku, but who knows? Yeah, that's how I feel. I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to be that guy that goes up to talk about his Raspberry Pi, but pronounces it Raspberry Pi. But I guess I just have to accept that at some point, like someone's going to come in and call me out on it. That's what I got called out for with my Ubuntu pronunciation at one point. Dude was merciless. It still lives rent free in my head, and it's been like 4 years since he did that. Just sitting there like, I didn't realize it mattered that much. C# would get so much better if we get module like Ruby or PHP. Well, my biggest issue with C# was probably just dealing with. It could have been a symptom of like the time, but I am still forever scarred by like NuGet package management. That was such a bad experience when we did it in like the .NET 5 to 6-ish period. It felt like you're just walking on eggshells the entire time, hoping that things work. Meanwhile, over here, like again, the gem file, you kind of just throw it in here and you largely forget about it. Over there, it's like a daily occurrence where I'd just be sitting there like, please don't break something again today. Please don't do it. And someone goes, Dean, the whole application doesn't work. And then you go through it for like an hour. And then you find out, oh, yep, there it is. It's pulling like the wrong version of whatever. I didn't have issues with C# packages. Well, again, like a lot of what we were doing was not, it would have been like in-house, very not web development packages. But that did cause a lot of headaches, and it's still like get a little bit freaked out sometimes. Rails production best practices are the same as all other production apps. Look at 12-factor app. 12-factor app. Oh, yeah. How do I manage ERB? I guess you just use it until the file feels unmanageable. You just refactor. I feel like this is pretty comfortable size. But again, even here, it's sometimes some of these are just not set up properly. Let's see. I need the profile theme ID right here. So let's come into the admin controller. Should we raid another stream? Oh God, no. We can save that for after stream if I remember this time. Also, real world production apps are never as clean as these small apps. Yeah, seriously though. What theme are you using? When I installed the Ruby, was it the Ruby LSP from Shopify? It asked me if I wanted to install their theme. So it's whatever theme they add. Ruby LSP Shopify theme. Is there... Maybe in here? Oh, is this it? It could be this one, but I'm not sure. The dark spindle. Okay, so anyways, I want to come into here. We have the update theme, which we were using with our drop down, right? I'm going to open this up. Because we had like the little drop down to select between the two themes, and that's probably what we got to start with. So we'll come into views. Admin, I want to say appearance, maybe. Oh, okay. Admin appearance. Theme selector right here. So yeah, we'll put this over in appearance. I'll come up here to appearance.html.erb. We'll put this, I guess, below the form. Then we got to come into themes. New file. underscore profile underscore theme underscore selector.html.erb. Harold, Dean, thanks for your time. Send you a big hug from Colombia. Well, I appreciate that. I do appreciate the support. Oh my God. Talarian Swifton. Is that? I'm willing to bet I know who that is, because that sounds like the D&D character. I just don't know if you want me to dox you. But I do appreciate it. Although now I feel bad, because doesn't that usually go to chilled? Okay. Let's come over here and let's come into the profile theme selector, which is going to be over here under themes, profile theme selector. So we can grab all this. This does need to be a form. Current user, URL, admin, whatever. We have to switch this to, because this is now in a different thing. So I'm going to do this, come over here, refresh, come over to appearance, watch it error out. We'll come into our routes. And then we want to set this in here, but I don't remember what the route was. So we'll come into config, routes.rb. Is there a formatter for ERB? There should be. I have one, but it tends to not work super well. I think that's actually the one that broke for us last week, where we spent like 30 minutes trying to fix what the formatting bug was, and it turned out to just be because like the class was on the wrong line or something. Okay, so that takes care of that. Let's come over here, refresh. Form with, let's come back over to profile theme selector. So we need it for the current user model URL, and then we need to change this one, I think. We also have to generate the migration, because I don't think I did that. Oh wait, no, I did. Okay, we're good there. So current, let me do this. Let me scroll in a bit, or a lot. Current user. Okay, so yeah, this person has both, so we're good there. And then we can come over here, and we can switch this to a, I guess like a collection select or something. Wrong number of arguments. Doing this for the profile theme ID. Let's get rid of this. Oops. ID. There we go. Like that. Hello, this week I will not be able to accompany you on the live streams. Oh no, do you have to work? Are you being abducted? Okay, so we have this, we have the collection, we have the label method to prepare many things for deployment on Saturday. A Saturday deployment, dear God. My condolences. Well, for what it's worth, I do understand. So don't worry about it too much. Again, real life comes first. Having fun comes second, right? Going for a few minutes. We'll be back. I'm switching to ES build. I wish you luck. Okay. Something like this. So we could probably do this, right? Pass an empty hash in the last param. In fact, I was the one who chose the date. Oh, you chose Saturday as your deployment day? Dear God. Okay, let's do this. So ID, name, prompt, true. Oh wait, this is for the f.submit. What am I doing? This needs to be a f.submit, right? f.submit. And we want to change it so that it's Tailwind instead of the other one. So we can click this now. It doesn't have anything in it, but at least we got it. Yeah, Saturday deployment sounds not great. Oh my God, wait, can I do this? Does this work? Hey, that did work. I can VIP people. Okay. So we have that. Dog.all. Okay. Profile theme ID. Theme.all. I guess that makes sense. Come over here. Well, I mean, it's like a combination of, you know, maybe traffic's low on the Saturday, but also like eventually it's got to be deployed. So I also get that. One day I will remember how to do this. Okay. Over here, click. Select, no options. Collection select, or is it options for select? We need to provide services to companies, so Saturday or Sunday are the best dates. Yeah, that makes sense. What is it? Form, option, form select Rails. If I was a smarter person, I would have just made like a blog post about this at some point. Well, have a good week. See you later. Yep, good luck. Hopefully everything works out okay for you. Okay, let's see. I think he's just disappearing so that he can use Kamal with no one looking. Okay, let's try this. Prompt class borders. Profile theme.all. That seems right. Name prompt like that. Uninitialized constant profile theme, but we want this one instead, right? Theme.all.unique. Theme.all.uniq. Haml is definitely better than ERB. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. It feels like a lot less typing when I use it. Let me move this. Close this over here. Oh, trying to keep on top of everything. Okay. You can use a select with array map. Yeah, that's one that I should unfortunately know how to do. Okay. Okay, so this one right here, we're gonna change this. Yeah, let's just select like that. Like this, and then we would want this to be, oops, what do we have? Theme.all.uniq. Okay. Theme name, theme ID. Oh. -1 for Haml. Oh no. We're starting a war. Let me come over to themes. This would probably help. All right, the bright side is, if this is the dumbest thing I do all day, at least we got it out like sooner rather than later, right? Default theme type. I don't remember what the theme type was. Let's see. Theme type. So let's come over here and let's look at what Dean 2 weeks ago thought this should be. Maybe it's in the migration. DB migrate, create themes. Okay, so there's definitely a theme type and there was a premium. Wasn't there like an enum or something that I had at some point? I feel like there was. Where did I define this? I don't suppose no, of course I wouldn't. Why would I put it in the README? Why would I practice what I preach? Okay, let's see. We have the theme form, which is just an input. Maybe I seeded data. Let's go into the seeds. I did. Theme type. Oh, dark and light. Our theme scope to users, ideally. Okay, let's try this. Let's come into our seeds. I think that was part of what we were wondering when I was doing this initially, was how to set that up. I do also have to change this. I have to add the Gravatar stuff still. Okay, so let's get rid of this faker stuff. Put this like up here. What a mess, but it'll work. Okay, so that creates our themes. We have a default theme ID. Theme params, admin, profile theme. We pass these to the user who was created here. Like this. Okay, we'll just manually tap this over. User equals user.new. I am going to change this to dean@example.com. Like that. And yeah, this is for the user avatars. Oh wait, we do have user content, right? So maybe we just do it like that. But this probably... Okay, let's skip this for now. Let's stick to one problem at a time. Okay, that seems fine. This then creates that. We then grab the user right here. Doesn't need to be done. This will need to change because of the same reason that we're destroying all the events. But I can at least run this real quick and just get everything up and running. So Rails, DB seed. Okay, Rails C, user.first, user.last. Okay. Oh wait, Rails C, theme.all. How many do we have? We have both. Okay. bin/dev. Okay, so let me come back over to here and come back over to here. Okay, there we go. So now we have the space and the light theme, which wasn't an issue with the select. It was an issue with me forgetting to actually make the thing that I was trying to select, which is why it was empty. Classic. Okay, so let's see. We have this, we switch it to space, I guess. We save it, we get an error, which should be because of the controller. Right here, update theme in admin controller. So come over to admin controller, and then we can come over to here. Update theme. Like this. Grabs the profile theme, grabs the theme, sets it to the user, saves, and then redirects. Let's try this. Save. Updated the user, so that looks good. And now it's set to space by default, which is good. Now we have to come into the profile controller, which is doing this, which is good. Then we want to come over to the, is it the profile layout? Profile right here. Let's come down to views, layouts, profile. We want to grab these right here for the HTML. This will set the class based on the user whose like page you're looking at. So you get their profile theme CSS value, which is that class, and then that should be set to the HTML. Hopefully. So let's go over to, oh wait, I can actually use the button we made over here. Now we can see this has the space theme class, which means now all you pretty much have to do is ensure that the themes that are created align with the CSS in there. And then you can let them pick it. It's not as fancy as like the Linktree one where you can click the little squares and it has like a preview of the colors and stuff. But at the very least, it gives you something, right? Okay. So let's come over to the CSS page. The big and scary place that I don't like. I like the picture. Yeah, it should be an emote. I think it's the same for both chats. Let me check. It might be a little different. It looks like they take like the first 6 letters on Twitch. So it's D now, like that. But I think on YouTube it's just, is it just Dean? Maybe. But yeah, it's gonna vary because each one has like their own way of doing things. Yeah, I'm just like I'm getting my mileage out of this little dude. I still want to put the Kamal one somewhere. Which every time I mention it, I have to show it because it's so it's so funny. Perfectly encapsulates my feelings every time. I got to get that one turned into like an emote or something. Okay, let's come in here. We want to grab the CSS from here. Although this is all going to be Bootstrap, of course. We have the default. Is the emoji based on you? Yeah, it is. There's a surprisingly easy way to get the to get ChatGPT to like generate stuff like that. If you want to do that kind of like I don't know, weird AI art type stuff, you can ask a like LLM to, you upload a picture, you ask it to describe that picture to itself, and then you have that generate like a chibi art based on that description, and then you ask it to like have it doing something, which is how I made the Kamal one. Because it was supposed to just be like a throwaway meme, but the picture that came back was so funny that I'm like, okay, now I gotta actually sit down and try and do something similar. Because that is beautiful. Yeah, you got to add that to the README. Either that or we add like a, I don't know, guy holding a sign that doesn't have Kamal on it and he's crying, and then Kamal gets added to it and then he's happy or something. But because I don't think they'd like it too much if I tried to get my sobbing. What was the prompt? It was like, generate me sobbing uncontrollably, I think. I don't think they'd go for that too well. Okay, let's grab the space one. And then let's put this, I don't know, I guess I did it here in themes. Did themes and then space.scss. Right? Oh wait, oops, .css. I don't know. Import themes. So we want to do themes / space, something like that. Someone happy, then Kamal. And tries Kamal and gets sad. Kamal not even once. Could also be tears of joy. I guess that's true. It could be. Oh, right, because we got all these weird comments and stuff. Okay, let's get rid of these. And these. Let me do this. Yeah, I can't imagine my opinion's very popular there. But what are you going to do? That's half the fun of playing with this stuff, is getting to vent about it every once in a while, right? You got to have your outlet somewhere. Hopefully everyone knows I'm just making fun of it. I'm not actually serious about Kamal causing me to sob uncontrollably. Okay. Add one for import map as well. Import map would be a different type of emoji. I don't think that one would be sobbing uncontrollably. That one would just be more like a why. Tailwind import folder. Also, for anyone who doesn't know, I started using Tailwind like a week ago. So you're going to have to deal with me looking up some really questionable stuff. Tailwind import from inside folder or something. How do I... Will not work. Oh, because the import statements have to come first. Okay, well, that's really not that helpful. Is it just dot slash? I should probably come in here and make sure this is... Let me do this. Where's my space? Is there anything in here that really tells me? I guess it's the body background color, right? So let's grab this. Let's get rid of this. Let's put this in here. Just make sure this is actually doing something. Oh, we'll do it live. Okay. So yeah, this is not, it's not cooking. Background color. This should be doing something, right? Oh, I see. That was overriding it. Okay. So let's do this. Dot slash themes and space, right? Okay. Oh, and then we need the semicolon. Okay, so we're gonna have to remove this body for now because this is getting in the way. Let's create one right now. I don't know how me doing live AI generated art would go over. I'm going to be honest. That might be too much of a contentious issue for me to want to touch it right now. I think it's one thing to post it in Discord as a joke. It's another thing to do it on a stream where I'm monetized. Okay. Space theme. So let's come over to here. Come into here, which isn't getting anything. Okay. Let's see. Okay. What is Ahoy? Ahoy is a analytics tool. So if I come over here and I have a broken file. Okay, maybe I don't come over here. Let me stop the server, do a Rails C real quick and do a chat looks very calm without a link every 2 minutes. Okay, let's see. What we want to do is a ahoy : event.all. Okay. So let's do this. Let's grab the last one of these. So basically what Ahoy does for you, it's a gem, you install it, there's a front end and a back end component, you can add the JavaScript and enable it. Think about it like every time you visit the page, you generate a new like visit event or whatever you want to call it. So instead of just having information on like the number of views your page has had, you can have it so that Ahoy will fire off, for example, every time you click on a link, a new like event. And then you can look at those events and you can say, okay, I've had, 120 visits. This link has been clicked on 4 times. So I know that I have like a 3% click-through rate on this. So it's effectively like a replacement for your Google Analytics running on like your own system. The benefit of that is it allows you to fine tune a bit more what gets collected, as opposed to Google's approach of like, you can determine everything up to like what that person's second cousin likes for dinner. Google Analytics doesn't allow for user level attribution. Yeah. The downside is you have to set a lot of this up yourself. So there's a couple tutorials you can find online. There's the Ahoy site, and then there's also the like the graphing and the charting and stuff that you have to do as well, which in this case I seem to have broken. bin/dev. Ahoy Captain is nice. And you can, yeah. Feels like everyone started streaming recently. We gotta open the streaming floodgates. Ahoy just for Ruby. I actually don't know. Ahoy Analytics. Let's see, because I know that there was some like JavaScript that you could enable, but I think that might be. Well, it looks like there's one for emails at least. Ahoy email, which is another gem. Okay, it might just be for Ruby. Ooh, you wanted to for a long time. I feel like now is a good time to start streaming, at least for Ruby, because it feels like everyone knows to look for it. But I mean, again, you can like look at some of the people that started recently and get a pretty good idea for what their growth is like. There's in my case, it's more just a excuse to either work on stuff or to branch out. There's a good chance you're going to be starting soon as well. Oh, that's cool. I've really been enjoying seeing some of the people that stream. Like, I know I've plugged the channel a couple times, but watching the Turbo List streams, these were a lot of fun. It gives you a pretty good idea. You got like, 2 weeks worth of streams, around 200 subscribers, so you kind of know what to expect. I'm doing the open source work anyway, so why not just share it? Yeah. Well, that's kind of where I'm at. Even for like the Linktree stuff, which was originally for like a course that I did, I'm like, might as well let people see it. If they want to watch, they can watch. If they want to look at the code, they're more than welcome to. Daily link clicks is also empty. Okay, so I got to come into the admin controller. I would absolutely love to watch a stream where a truly senior dev tries new stuff like you trying Next.js. Yeah, that was one of the things that I got a lot of feedback on from people like the last year or two, was that they would love to just see, I don't know, the struggling. But I was like, for video form, people really just don't want to watch that. For streaming, maybe there's like more of a market for that, but okay, so these are returning nothing. Where is that? User. I think I'm going to go lean into real production level apps, specifically using a marketplace as an example. That would also be a good one. There's a lot of people that ask for that stuff, but it's kind of hard for, like, at least for me, like the Stripe stuff. I'm always so paranoid about like exposing keys and stuff whenever I'm doing something like that, that I feel bad, but I'm like, dude, I don't want to, I don't want to sit there. And I had 4 or 5 keys that I threw on stream like 6 times last week. And those were for things that didn't matter. Like, I'm good. I don't want to sit there and have to like babysit all my API keys and make sure I'm not exposing them all the time. Okay, let's come down here. Get rid of all that. Let's see. It could just be that I changed what the names were. Oh. It's a step further with things like creating things that people run into that tutorials stop at. Yeah. Invite people to a Discord channel and make a podcast type stream where you build something with their help. Ooh. Also an idea. Okay. Oh, I bet this is what it is. Like that. We have a user ID is nil. So this is the problem we're running into. So this is going to be in the seeds again. I wonder if this is why. User equals user.first. That's probably why. Let's just stop this and let's do a, let's see what happens. Like Elasticsearch and adding the ability to save searches or how to create more complex filters. Yeah, one of the things that a lot of people struggle with is that tutorial has stopped. How do I go from here type of thing. But I feel like it's like prevalent, not just in CS. You also see it for like the creative spaces where you have like the artists that draw by reference. And then once the reference is like depleted, they have finished the reference, they go, how do I keep going from here? And that's a really hard like skill for people to learn, because unfortunately the way you learn it is by trying to continue from there, and then you can't. And you just have to mess up a few times before you learn it, figure out where the mistakes are, blow up a production database or something every once in a while. Okay, so there we go. It was, I think because it wasn't like storing the user. So now we just do that and we're good again. Yeah, so you take like the Ahoy analytics, they group them up into events or whatever they call them, visits, or yeah, events and visits. And then it allows you to like track some of your info. And then like, depending on how you set it up, you can also grab if they use like a phone or a tablet or a PC. And that just allows you to have some like back-end analytics to show the user, which in this case is pretty simple stuff. It's nothing like super complicated. Marketplaces also have all aspects of commercial apps, like they have an e-commerce directory and SaaS all in one. Oh yeah. And I feel kind of bad like telling people to use the pre-built stuff, but I feel like in a lot of cases, if you're watching a YouTube tutorial, it's either there's too much for you to follow along to build your own e-commerce app, or I don't know, you don't fully appreciate like how much goes into one of those, to the point where like a single video really isn't doing it justice. But I don't know, that's just my 2 cents on it. So I think it would be better to have someone sit down and actually go through it. It would be a much longer process to set it up properly, but it would probably be a good experience for everyone. Okay. Find or create. Right? We could probably do that. Although if we're already doing this, in all honesty, we'll just do this as well. And we're also going to do this. Make it a bit easier to see what we're doing here. Okay. Rails DB seed, excuse me. Go ahead and run this. Do a bin/dev again. Oh. Okay, space and light, appearance. CSS value is nil. Of course it is. There we go. Okay, so space. That's working. Good. How's it going, Jared? Hope you're doing well. Oh, I guess I just doxed you. Oh well. You've done your time streaming. You can be doxed. If everyone needs a if anyone ever needs like a loan on RuneScape, me too it is the person to message. Huge fan of giving out his RuneScape gold to people. Okay. Alrighty, so we got that working. Now I just need to actually get like the CSS aspect working. We have a moderator now. Yeah, it's one of my friends from real life. He gets to be a moderator. Which is mostly just you can't he'll encourage the trolling if anything. I usually try and mod them just because it's a good way for me to not have to actively look for mods. I can just put the real life friends to work, similar to how I run my Discord. Actually, I think I have both Evan and Phil modded in the Discord. That's pretty funny. Oh, geez. We got unpaid labor here doing all the moderating. Okay, so we have that. I have now remedied one of these situations. We do have to figure out the style sheet still. Application. We're running this Twitch channel with an iron fist. Oh boy. Let's just hope you can stay out of trouble. Yeah, so this, I feel like this should be working, but it feels differently. So I must have done something wrong here. Let me come into space. We move the body outside of this. Like that. And then let me come over here, I guess. And then I want to check the body, which does have this background color. The color. Okay, so this is being imported. I bet I'm doing something wrong here. I probably have to like actually create the classes. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll come over here and we'll try to, I guess, can we scope these with the class? Tailwind scope. Nested class, maybe? I should probably bring up the restream again. Okay, there we go. Is this a thing I can do? I'd really like it if it was, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that we probably have to get rid of this, tab all of this over. We'll do something like this. We'll just set them up like this maybe. But we don't actually have any buttons, right? We got rid of the buttons. We also don't have the A's, so we really just have the avatar, which also probably doesn't matter. And then we have the body. And this is really going to depend on what like the users want, I guess. Although I should really fix this avatar. So let's go fix this avatar. That is in our profile show. Right here. If it's a PNG or if it's a JPEG, we should do this. But I'm going to change this to like a render partial profiles / media, maybe media attachment. And then we need the user. So come into profiles, new file, underscore media. Hey, thanks, Jared. I appreciate it. Or thanks me to it. No, I'm going to keep doxing you. Media attachment.html.erb. Like that. Getting all the Bezos bucks today. Okay. And then if we come over here, this will still work because we've now just thrown it into a partial, made it a bit easier to see. Who is this kappa? Is it by default? I think that's one of the defaults, right? Yeah, something like that. Okay. So we have this. Next, we want to change this size here. So I think we need like a max size maybe. Maybe object contains not right. Let's see where object contain is. Scale down maybe. Let's try it. Let's just try to play around with it and see what causes this to not look terrible. Okay. Yeah, so that didn't work. What if we just omit this and see what happens? Works for free and he even gives Dean money. Yeah. The worst part is I can't even make a joke about that being because of the 3 mil I gave you on RuneScape, because I'm pretty sure then it would be considered real world trading. He's just making sure his Bezos bucks go to somewhere. It's a good friend. Yeah, Jared's a pretty good guy. Okay. What is causing this to just image video? Where is this coming from? Tailwind? Height, max width. He said I'm a good guy clipping that. Oh no. I'm never going to hear the end of this. Okay, let's come up here to the CSS. I wonder if I have this in here somewhere. Maybe not. I don't know where this is coming from. Could be this. No, this wouldn't be it. Okay, let's try to put some styles on here. We have the size that, and then I'm going to do like a, I don't know. Oh wait, these are styles. Maybe that's why. What am I doing? Yeah. Reading's hard, guys. I want to go home. Oh man. Time Tales is here too. I can't even expose who you are. This is terrible. Everyone's going to wonder who you are now. Give me my $20 now. I'm not giving you $20 for saying my name in chat. No, we have to register our stimulus controllers. Yeah, you have to register your stimulus controllers. And who was it? Someone on Twitter is working on the stimulus LSP, right? Oh yeah, and he's in chat. So ideally with the stimulus LSP, Time Tales is Dean's sister, right? Yeah. Yeah. Just exposed my sister. With the stimulus LSP, this will then be able to tell you if you've forgotten to register your stimulus controller. And you might recognize the author from such famous Twitch chats as the one you're in right now. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this and paste it. If anyone's interested, there's the stimulus LSP. So, which I think I have installed. So go install the extension. Wait, we get paid for saying Dean's name? I thought That was when we said our old boss wasn't that bad. Dude, I'm not touching that one with a 10-foot pole. He said he would pay me every time I say something in his chat. I literally did not. My exact words were, "I'm not paying you to say something in my chat." This is ridiculous. It's true because I said it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna win that one. I think they might just take it at face value. You'll have to manually register them if you use import maps, Vite, or Webpack. Oh. I'm on her side. Oh, great. Only really have to on ESBuild. Interesting. So I guess that's one of the downsides of moving over to ESBuild then. Is having to manually register. I wonder if that's why sometimes I forget to do it and sometimes I don't. That's interesting. Okay, but we got this, right? So this is now of decent size, which is good. We fixed the image. We have the themes. Maybe I'll change the links. You should have said it before. Yeah, well, everyone's got to learn not to listen to me eventually. ESBuild also have a glob import. Ooh. Okay, so let me come over to the link partial, I guess. Underscore link. Was rollup versus ESBuild? I feel like I used rollup once, or I tried to get it working once, and then I went, I'm just going to stick with ESBuild. Okay, so we have all of this, right? Which means we can come over here. These links, turbo frame tag, the URL, background white. What if we do this? Okay, so yeah, this is where we would then want to do our theming. Which, oh yeah, and that's also, oh, it'd be really nice if I could get this to work without having to give each class its own prefix. Because now I'm seeing the error of my ways by doing it like this. I really don't want to have like random Ruby code sitting here inside of all of these classes. I kind of like just grabbing, okay, let's just see. Tailwind. Like this. Arbitrary variance. Oh, that's gross. Okay, I'm going to move this over here. I just realized this is open on my other monitor. I keep doing that because I click on the Twitch chat and then everything opens in that monitor instead of in the one everyone else can see. Bad streamer. Bad streamer, man. I'm trying to do... not this. I guess the space one's the best example. So I don't know if anyone has any like CSS experience or Tailwind experience. I'm at a loss here. I'm not a big Tailwind person. I would ideally like to just do this. Have my nested class in here and then just be able to do something like apply this to all bodies in the space theme. That way I can also have like a dot default theme and only have to change it in one place. I did CSS in high school. Would that be helpful? Sure. Your training may be a bit outdated at this point. Because this stuff does change quite frequently. But oh, that actually reminds me, Jared, I did get the I did get a Contabo server up and running. And it does seem to work with it does seem to be pretty good performance for the like Minecraft purposes. So I think overall it's roughly what's advertised. There were a couple things I learned. It's kind of an anti-pattern to be editing CSS files while using Tailwind. So how? Okay, I'll have to think about it then. But there was a couple things to consider when using them. I guess their DDoS protection isn't super great. I could get you a server in my employer for free. Yeah, I'm not trying to touch that one with a 10-foot pole. I appreciate it, but I think I feel safer over here. So I guess I'll have to find some other way to do this. Assuming I want to make this work in a Tailwind way. Are you worried about security? No, I mean, yes and no. It would be a little weird to, or your theme selector classes. Yeah, no, because I don't want to have to go through and like slap the ERB to generate this like at user.theme.css value. Like, I don't want to have to go put this everywhere just so that I can have this as a prefix before all of the classes. So I don't know if I should be maybe I just import the specific theme from the profile show page. Use CSS nesting. That's what I thought, but for some reason this just wasn't popping up for me. Because I was assuming something like this should work, right? Something like this. Oh wait, it does look like this is working. Am I crazy? Don't answer that. Oh, okay. So let's try it then, because if this is actually working, this will make my life a lot easier. Let's grab the links. Something like this. We'll give this a class of, I don't know, profile link. Profile link. Like that. Kebab case. Give me a break. And then we'll do this. Background color of 000. Something like that. It does work. Okay, so I must have just missed that it was styled over here the first time, and I was like, how do I do this? Why is this so complicated? I thought this should work because this is like built into stuff now. But is this app going to let users create their own styles with CSS or just select from a populated list? I don't know. I originally it was supposed to just be like pre-constructed, but if I go to the Linktree page, I think it actually lets you like customize it a bit. If I come over to like appearance, and then I scroll down, because I was only looking at these themes, but I didn't realize the create your own. I probably should have looked at that. And then down here, they have like different selectors for things where you can style everything. So I'm not entirely sure on how deep I want to go into this. Because like I'm trying to find the balance between emulating Linktree versus like fully copying every minute detail that they have. So let's grab this and this. Though I don't know if I want to do it like this. If I was doing this with Tailwind, then the CSS class would be a variable and each theme would be a collection of Tailwind classes that got applied. Each theme would be a collection of Tailwind classes. Then the ERB template. CSS class would be a variable. Each theme would be a collection of Tailwind classes that got applied. Interesting. Yeah, I'm probably not thinking of it from like a Tailwind approach yet. I'm still thinking of it from like a, I don't know, rest of web development approach. Which I'm sure isn't like the cleanest way of doing it. Because again, like you said, this would Assuming this is like in anti-pattern, this is just going to like devolve from here. And I definitely understand it. Like, you know, like I style the link, I don't know, profile link. I come in here, I style this, I create more and more of these. And then eventually I'm just like, I'm fighting Tailwind, or I guess I'm more like ignoring Tailwind than anything else. Yeah, I don't know. Might be something I have to think about for a bit. We did this. Did this. Still need to do this. Okay. I mean, if I did that, you need like a different one for each of the fields, right? Which would then break into more of that type of customization, which could be how they're doing it. I don't know. Let's see. Again, originally this was just supposed to be like a drop down, switch your thing, and just have like a create custom Tailwind variants. Oh, Jesus. You're talking to a guy who's happy that he's got something that appears on the screen that vaguely looks like things are going where they need to go. I'm like a back-end dev pretending to be a front-end dev right now. My theme : BG blue 500. I see. Shouldn't you be saying science instead of Jesus? God, if only I cared that much. I'm happy to have any turn of phrase that lets me fill the void of my thoughts. I can close this too. I wonder, what would that... That does, it feels like that would be a lot of extra overhead. But then I guess ultimately I'm doing the customization anyways, right? If you had like a different, see, that's, let's see now. If we go to localhost /themes, right? So then instead of just having like a theme type and a CSS value, you'd then need like the field for the button classes or the link classes. You would need one for each individual, and then you would need this to be like multiple. So if I come over here, I guess this one, let me get rid of this because we don't actually use this right now. But like for our, let me go back to here for like our default one, right? We'd have like the button one, and then the button one would have these classes, and then the other one would have, I don't know, like a BG color, I don't know, slate or something, right? And then you'd have to go through and customize each of these. And then in each of these, we would then have to do something like, I don't know, like at user.themes.links or something. .css or let's just say .css value .links or something. That's exactly what you're getting at. Do you want to create themes on demand, or should they be hard coded in the code itself? Yeah, that's where I don't know. Because again, like at first I was thinking, I'm perpetually torn between wanting to copy what Linktree is doing for the sake of people learning and being kind of annoyed by what Linktree is doing because it feels incredibly bloated. But yeah, I don't know. Like if you had a specific theme, then you could give each theme, you know, the specific component styles or something. that could work. In which case, it would probably make sense to make them dynamic as opposed to hard coded. Maybe we'll try it. Maybe the best way to figure out is to just try it. Yeah, if it was a real project, you want the themes to be dynamic so it's easier to create more. Pay some bucks to that guy to rebuild all the Linktree UI. Kamir's off for the week. He's busy like deploying to production on Saturday or something. Which sounds like not fun. I think this is probably a good way to go, just because I'm starting to piece together a way to make it not just a pain, but also a lesson. Oh, that might be an interesting way of doing it. Hold on, I'm cooking. So no more links for the rest of the week. Wait, Kamir built the... Yeah, Kamir like ripped out the styles from Linktree, which is where a lot of this stuff came from. He just popped in and he went, here you go. 30 minutes later, I've cloned the website's UI. He's very talented. When he's not linking in chat, he is a very, very talented person. Which is where all the links come from, I'm sure. Come from like the experience of doing that. Okay, so what if we do this? Oh, close this. Go over to stimulus components. Where is it? Nested form. He's not thinking in chat. Well, look, the links in chat are great. That said, that does not speak to his capabilities when it comes to development. So when he's not doing that, he is off being a very talented developer, it seems. I don't know what else he does in his free time. I don't want to assume, but... Okay, so what if we do something like this? We set up like a nested form over here. You could have like the buttons. You could have the links. Hey, it's the man kid again. Hi, Deanin. I'm watching from Chile, the best developer on Rails. Glad to see you back. All right, let's see. Open up one of these. Let's do this. THH in shambles. I think he's too busy playing around with Windows these days to care. Oops. Paste. Let me resize. Thank you. Okay. Oh, this is weird. They got smooth scrolling and stuff. I don't know. Let's try this. This is going to be a little bit scuffed, so you're going to have to bear with me. Okay. I should probably be doing this in Photoshop. I'm already annoyed by this. Button. Okay. Button CSS. Like that. Change the font color, please. And the font size 24. Okay. All right, I have given up on this. We're gonna. Bad thing is he won't remember and won't solve my issues. Okay, let's come over here into this form. themes form in here. We could do something like this. I'm going to get rid of the classes for now. Actually, you know what? I'll just collapse them. They don't really matter that much. So instead of doing like a CSS value, we could either do like CSS values and then just have a bunch of nested values for each of these. But that seems not ideal either, right? We could just predetermine which elements in the user's profile we want to show, or which ones we want to style. So maybe we do like the link stuff, the background color, and the links, the background color, and like the text color, I guess. I don't know. All right, here we go. How do you make sure you don't leak any stupid things on stream? I just try not to open stuff that would get me in trouble. Oh yeah, like my history? I don't know. There's never anything in here. The worst thing you'll see in here is me just like Googling dumb stuff, but I don't really care. The environment stuff is a different story. That one I have, yeah, how to center a div. Like, I'm sure you could probably find it in here if we went into like search my history. There's probably 1 or 2 instances of me going like, how do I center this stuff? Do you think Hotwire replaces React? I don't think Hotwire necessarily will, but I do think that React is facing a fair amount of pretty fair criticism that there's better ways to do things than a single page application using React. I don't think all of it is justified. Like all of the hate it's usually just React got popular and now people are going to bash it. I think some of it, like with either with like Hotwire, you know, the whole HTMX thing, and then like just discourse about React in general, there seems to be a fair amount of that. But I don't think Hotwire necessarily will be the thing that replaces it. I only trust developers that have how to center a div in their search. Well, it's like the chronic, you know, the back-end developer meme, right? Like it's just always, I don't remember. And then it's only compounded by the idea that like you have to make sure that the container you're in has like a set size if you're trying to establish a size. And there's so much stuff. And like as a back-end developer, you just want to meme on the front-end developers and be like, oh, it's so easy, just style it, 5-head. But when you consider all of the constraints they have to deal with and like the context they have to work with, you do start to appreciate that it is a very difficult skill on its own that you're just taking for granted a lot of times when you go, here's my API, make it look good for them, please. At least that's how I feel. I don't know. So we could change this to, we'll say CSS value of like background color. We would then have link background color, something like this. And then what else would it be? Background link, maybe text color. Oh no, come on, React with Redux state management is the best headache you could ask for. Yeah, okay, so that's actually a good shout. Rails, React, Redux, TypeScript. Because I like pointing at this one. This one's always fun for me to bully. This was me setting up a very basic CRUD app using Redux, TypeScript, React. This is 1 hour and 40 minutes for some basic CRUD actions. I mean, this was such a, you know what? We'll do it. We'll get distracted for a minute. I'm going to open up a new one. I'm going to open up Live Split, and we're going to see how long it takes me to make roughly the same thing without using React, Redux, and TypeScript. Because yes, it is like those tools do serve a purpose, but sometimes, man, that stuff just drives me crazy. Make dir speedruns. We'll just do this. Okay. I'm gonna make sure I stop my server real quick. Open up a new tab. We'll just pretend this is a new one, right? Let me come over here. Okay. Start the timer. Rails, new, demo, -c Tailwind cd demo code dot, and then you just run this. Oh, we don't have Rails, so that's fine. You know what? We'll just give it a minute. We'll just think about it. We know it's going to be Ruby something. It doesn't matter. Then we'll run it. We'll keep the timer running. And this is where, like, again, this tool can be very good, but also it can be very anti-productive. New title, Ruby on Rails blog % world record attempts. This is like, unironically, some of my best performing content is me just doing like random speed runs. And it's like, I call it a speed run, but really it's just me trying to do something from memory a little bit quickly and explaining as I go. And the times are usually pretty impressive, right? Rails G scaffold. I did a post with a title and a body of type text, right? Rails DB migrate. I don't even remember what I ran here. We'll just run a bin/dev to pretend, right? Localhost. Okay, but we had like a root route, right? So we just do this. New post, test case. Okay, I can create a post. I can edit a post. I can delete a post. I can look at all my posts, right? New post, 2, create, back. Okay. I'm going to let this timer run while we look at this real quick. This video is going to come. I'm going to go ahead and mute this. And because I start with the demo, right? So there's a form, and then there's the posts, right? This is an hour and 40 minutes for this, right? I'll stop the timer now because we already know what the result is. Like, that's crazy. I mean, this is, you know. So yes, I think there are better ways to do it. I do think that this is also productive framework. Again, like Packard said, it's big teams, right? Like that's where it shines. But yeah, then everyone jumps on the bandwagon, similar to how everyone runs around asking, you know, hypothetically FizzBuzz questions of their senior developers when they're trying to hire, because Google does it, and that's not necessarily the best way to go about it. All I'm hearing is 1 minute, 50-second videos don't get monetized. Sad, but true. That is also a very real constraint you have to consider. But actually, let me come over here. Can I open up another one of these? Let's do this. I'm going to move this over here. I wonder if I have anything comparable that I can look at. Analytics. Or I have to go to content, right? Let's see. I look at this one. Maybe. Analytics. Yeah, so this is like a 5-minute video, $23 with 11,000 views. So that's pretty terrible, right? Yeah, you're not making anything off of a 1 minute, 50-second video. You're probably making like $3 over the span of the video's lifetime. So you're actually pretty fairly spot on there too. Okay. Yeah, so like, again, it's sad, but unfortunately it's very prevalent for the smaller teams to go down the React hole. Or I don't know, the Vue one in the case of wanting to use Vue for maybe not the best choice. Hi people, how did you learn Hotwire and Stimulus? It was mostly just banging my head against whatever I could find on Google and hoping that was enough, because the documentation is severely lacking. At least from my perspective, it was when I was starting. I learned from Deanin in other videos, but really the docs are terrible. Yep. Yeah, the docs, it was just find anything else on Google that wasn't the docs. I was going through like the Ruby forum posts and just trying to figure out how the stuff worked, because the docs just, I don't know what they were doing, but it didn't feel like they were there to teach me Hotwire. Okay, let's see. So if I do one of these for each, I kind of don't like that. Docs are lacking, they don't exist. They're trying to make Hotwire too generic, no focus at all on Rails. Yeah, that was what I noticed. Like the Hotwire documentation, or was it Hotwire over the wire or HTML over the wire? If you come in here and you look at the documentation, it's exactly that. It's too generic, and none of it covers like any Ruby code. You can come through here. It's all just plain old HTML links. You got your A tags or whatever. There's nothing in here that shows you how to do this with like a link to, which I don't need to see how to do it with a link to, but hopefully you understand what I mean. Like there's some kind of line that could have been found there, or maybe you do like, I don't know, rails.turbo.hotwire.dev or something. But then also like part of the difficulty was when I was trying to learn, a lot of the Hotwire stuff, like the terminology completely shifted. And then it became like turbo plus stimulus as opposed to whatever they originally had planned for it all, which also didn't help. And then I had to explain to people that like they wanted to learn Hotwire and they were like, why are you covering turbo and stimulus? I'm like, that's kind of what they mean, which also wasn't great. Okay, so we have this. If I add all of these, I remove them. I mean, I think it's probably fine, right? Like we come in here, do the theme for each. Let's try it. Let's just try it and see what happens. -b themes, something like that. Rails G migration, add theme components to themes. And what do we want? We want like the background color. We want the link background color. I don't know why I'm doing strings for these. I already know what they're going to be. We have the link background color. Then we want the link text color. Bro, I have to go got some work to do. Well, I appreciate you hanging out. I wish you luck on actually getting work done. See you later. Let's see. Link text color. I guess like background text color. Let me look at the actual like profile show page. Right. Control. Yeah, I mean, you could set like the font color up here, but I don't know what benefit that would have. I guess maybe you want to change like this. So maybe like the name, the bio, and the username color. In case you want to do all three in a different color. Let's see. Oh wait, I have to go to admin. Admin, appearance, full screen this. We can exit out of our little meme timer. I got like a fill. Oh, this is for buttons. Outline, soft shadow, hard shadow, button color. Okay, there we go. So this is sort of how they do it. So there's a button color, a button font color. Then there's just the button details. Fonts and a font color. Give this a second to update. Okay, so this affects everything else. This affects the title, bio, and the links. So they have a font color, a font family, a button color, and a button font color. Okay, let's try this. Background color. There's a font color, font family, button. I guess they're technically links. Link color, link font color. That font family. I'm going to omit the font family for now. We'll just stick to a font color and a link color. So that lets you change this to like white, the text to black, it lets you change the background to black and the font color here to white. I think that's good enough for now. So let's go ahead and let's run this. And then let me come over to the form, and we want to add these. Okay. Theme type, background color. Background color can stay. This is then the font color. Like that. This is then the link color. Like that. And then we need one more of these, right? And then this is going to be the link font color. Again, the names could be better. Among with other choices that we could be making here. Like that. Okay, let's come over here. Control C, bin/dev to start our server, refresh the page, run into what I'm sure is going to be 100 different errors. Okay, that's fine. And then this is all on the appearance page, right? Maybe? Oh no, this is on the themes page over here. This one, okay. And then we can add all the CSS for these. Then that should be fine. Okay, so this is for the light theme. I want to go back to the dark theme. This one. Background color, I'm going to set this to like, I don't know, 000. Font color, I'll set to FFF. Link color. The background's black, so I want this to be white. I want this font to be, oops. I say one thing and then I type the exact opposite. Something like this. But because we're using classes for this, right? We don't want to just do this. We want to do Tailwind colors in here, I think. So let's grab this. Zinc, neutral, stone. Okay. Let's see. Let's grab like the slate color, right? Slate 900. And then we want to come into our link where we have the BG-white. So instead of doing a BG-white here, we want to do whatever we have set, right? So let's see, text-black. Let's grab this one first. Just realized I had firewall rules set in my Doku instances. Oops, that's probably why it didn't work. Oh. The worst part is I read that message and I know full well that when I go to try it in the future for like a tutorial or for something, the exact same thing is going to happen to me. And I'm going to think back to that message after I waste 5 hours and then go, I really should have paid more attention. Let's see. Value links. Yeah, we don't want to do this, but instead what we'd want to do is that. So let's see. Background color, font color. We want this font color to be text black because I think we want this to be like a Tailwind class. So then this would be text white. Oh wait, no, this wouldn't be text white. We want this to stay. We want this one to be text white. We want this one to be BG-black, and we want this one to be BG-white. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh my god. Okay, we need to come into the controller. Admin? No, theme controller, right? We need the background color. We need the, let me come into the DB, migrate for the themes. Add theme components, this one? Yeah, this one. Okay, so let's move this over here. Real quick, we have the background color. We need the font color. Need the link color. And we need the link font color. Like that. And then just for the sake of my own sanity, something like that so I can read this in the future. Close that over here. BG-black. BG-white. Text-white. Text-black. Update. Let's go to the theme underscore theme partial. And then we want to grab this and do 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Background color. Let's rename this background color. Font color, I think, was the next one. Right. Background color, font color. Then we have link color and link font color. Link color. Link color. And then we need link font color. Like that. Refresh. We have all of those. But now what we can do is come up here to our link and we can actually grab these. So we'd want to do a link color. Oh, it's what is it? At user.profile theme, I think. Dot link color, like that. And let's grab this, paste it in here. Refresh. Okay, and then we want the background color right here. But this is all for this, right? So for that, we'd want to come to the show page. Okay, so instead of this background color, which I'm going to throw into a comment, I want to use the at user.profile theme.background color. Okay, there we go. So now we're pulling all that from the same place. We don't have to change it. The only thing we really have to do is come in here and change the CSS classes. We can have more than one class, and that all seems to work just fine. I think for the preview, we can also do something a little bit fancier because of this. So let's see. We have the background color. We need to change the font color to match it. Right here, font color, text white, which we need to set somewhere. Let me see. Text dash white is in 3 different places. So maybe we just come in here and we change all 3. Let me grab this, paste it in here. Font color. Like that. We come in here, we can replace this one. And we can replace this one. Something like that. Now if I change this to light, hit save, come over here and refresh. Background changes, nothing else changes, which makes sense. Space, refresh. There we go. Okay. So that's something, right? It's at the very least, we've made some semblance of progress. I don't know if it's justified to be celebrating right now, but we got something working. That takes care of these two. Now we need the link color and the link font color, which we can come back to the link partial for. And we got to find any place that has text dash whatever, probably text dash black, which is only in one place. We then want to change this to the at user profile theme link font color. Yeah. Link font color. And then the background would be this one, which is ugly, but just bear with me. Link color, I think. like that. And then we can, oops, we can refresh that. Everything now seems to work. So if I come in here and I edit this, right, and I change the font or the link color to BG-blue. Update, refresh. I wonder if that's not right. BG-white. Let's try BG-yellow maybe. I don't know, I'm just kind of making this up right now. Okay. BG-white. You're back. Let's go. I wonder if this is why. Maybe I have to like also specify a number if I'm not using absolute black or white. Let's see. Let's try it. So let's try like sky 600. So say BG-sky-600 for the link color, BG-sky-600. No. Time to ping Kamir for help. That's what it feels like. BG-sky-600. If I do this, nothing changes. Colors. I could also do it like this, BG-something. BG- okay, let's look. Tailwind, BG-color. BG gray 600. Okay, so this definitely has some numbers in here. But BG sky 600. Let's see if it has that. RS. There is no sky 600 as far as I can tell. No, there is right here. BG sky 600. Edit. Update. We get mad if he asks in Discord. I couldn't tell you. It's fine. I'll figure it out. It's just going to take a bit of trial and error. Okay, so if I come in here and I click on one of these, I change this to BG-white. That does cause it to change. I changed this one to BG-white. Because this is our entire link right here, right? So change this to BG slate 500. Nothing. BG slate 500. Still nothing. Huh. Okay, let's see. I mean, it seems like this should be working, right? Let me come in here and instead of doing it like this, I'm going to change the link color. Profile link color right here. This is on the actual link itself and not that. Maybe we get rid of this one. Like that. Over here and refresh. Then we come in here, we get rid of these just for now. And I'll just put these in here. Oops, I will put these in here. Such a pain. We'll refresh. Everything looks fine. Well, fine is a subjective term. BG-white, like this. Save, refresh. Everything's white now, right? BG black causes everything to be black. Makes sense. BG-sky. doesn't do anything. BG-Sky-600. That is identified right here as something that does exist. And now it works. You can't render AOT classes because Tailwind purges all the unused classes. You have to use hex or RGB and apply the direct by the style prop. Oh. Thanks for the ping. No. Oh, jeez. Data-theme1 BG. Data-theme1 text. I see. So then you would just set the theme, which would cause it to ultimately select it. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate the help with the Tailwind. Let me see. This is kind of what I was thinking of, but you could safe list them. Yeah, I was thinking of something similar because, okay, so for reference, this is what I'm looking at. This is, I think, how we were talking about doing the, where is it? Layouts? It was like the dark mode theme. That's the word I'm looking for. For like the dark mode theme, it looked like it was similar where you'd set two different themes and you'd have to go through and like style it based on the theme, which was, it seemed like a lot yesterday, or I guess not yesterday, last week, because my thought was, oh, then I have to go through and like change all of the classes. And now I'm looking at doing that like 6 or 7 times. Hey there, do you have any idea how to remove a video paywall? What do you mean by video paywall? For like a specific website? I'm going to guess the answer is probably no, but I'll ask a follow-up question just in case I can help. Do you have the Tailwind plugin for VS Code? I think so. I have Tailwind, CSS, and IntelliSense. Oh, I didn't get mad at the DM. Well, that's good at least. Yeah, like this to me makes sense. I'm just trying to think of how I would do this as opposed to what I'm thinking right now. I could go in there, I could set all of this up. But then, okay, so then instead of having to do this from like the, I feel like the good thing about this approach is you have the control at the element where you use and not have to update it in some weird arbitrary table you have to extend when you have a new component. I think as a video content creator, Dean's legal answer has to be you remove the paywall by paying for it. No. I'm the guy that pretends to be on your side by making a convincing argument that you can do whatever you want to, and then in the long run, that conditions you to want to watch my ads so that because you think, oh, he's one of the good guys, he at least deserves it, and then I'm like benefiting by not benefiting. It's like a super long con. Just don't bypass the walls on Deanin videos. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't care. If you want to use like an ad blocker on YouTube, you go for it. That's I'm not seeing the respect being paid back in a mutual manner from the platforms. I'd argue that's on them at this point. Let's see. The good thing about this approach is you control the element where you use it. Not, yeah. So I think this is a better way of doing it than something like this, because something like this, I don't know. This already felt dirty while I was doing it, right? But it's mostly just like trying something until you figure out what you actually want to do. But this is weird. So yeah, I wonder if that's what's causing it. Well, hold on, because I just undid all of that, and now we're back here. I wonder if I'm caching something. BG 600 right here. BG Sky 600. Okay. The approach you were going for is good if you want to support arbitrary themes that aren't predefined in code. Yeah, that's where I'm like a little bit stuck. I think what I might do, and I don't necessarily have to do this on stream, I think I'm going to create two different versions. One will be this approach, one will be the other approach. And then when I finally cover this, I'm going to just mention both. And I'm going to say like this, you have the choice to deviate here depending on what you want. And then maybe just like give a brief overview of each. Because I definitely think that there's merits to each. But that's gonna depend. I don't know. I still need to think about it a bit more. Okay, so I'm going to come in here. I'm going to change this. BG white, update, refresh. Okay, so that works. Then we come back over here. BG Sky 600. Dude, it's working now. I swear this wasn't working 5 seconds ago when I tried this. I'm pretty sure everyone saw me type BG-Sky-600 like 5 times, and this didn't change. It works when you are using the class somewhere else. Why not use hex values? Well, right now, I'm just trying to get it to like look Tailwindy. Oh, I see. Maybe that's why. Works when you're using. Okay, I wonder. Is it because we removed this? Link color like that? Or could it be? No, okay. It was worth a shot. Let's go back to what I had. See if I can find it. F11. I'm gonna grab this. Now I'm gonna control Y back. Like that. The Tailwind compiler has to see the class in your templates, otherwise it scraps it. If pie holes can get around or not, but it could be worth looking into if you're willing to throw $40 at the problem for a Raspberry Pi. Let's see. Oh man, cat hair. I think we leave it like this for now. It's at least changing, and then I'm gonna continue, and we're gonna see what breaks if I do so. So these are our link colors and our font colors. We have our profile background color and our profile font color. Then we're going to come over here and we're going to change this again to BG-white, I think. Oops, I didn't mean to save that. What is the cat's name? That would be Percy. Percy Katzen. He's a very big boy. Also perpetually in trouble. As you can imagine. You got like a 30-pound cat with claws running around the house. He's gonna go assert his dominance in the only way he knows how, which is by attacking and breaking everything. Okay, so this, and this. So now I want to come over to our profile, change this to light, hit save, which is it's going to look not great. This also needs to move because it's causing this to drop down. So we're going to fix that first because this is driving me nuts. This is the appearance page. We want to grab this, That causes our preview to actually be where it needs to be. Do like a grid rows too, maybe. Let's do .grid dash rows dash 2. Like this. Save that. I think that's fine. So we'll come back over to here. Now maybe we put... Oh, you probably don't want to include that type of theme there. Which format are you using for ERB? Hold on. I have ERB formatter / beautify, which I think required me to install, the HTML beautifier gem. I think that's what I did for this setup. I have the notes somewhere because I've been keeping track of all of the setup for a beginner video. But I don't fully remember what I did, which isn't a good sign. But yeah, I think it's the formatter beautifier, and then you have to do the HTML beautifier gem to make all this work. And then I want to change the theme over here. Edit. Yeah, then we'll have to like restrict this to admins at some point. I think that's the end goal here. Is make sure this is like the admin portion, which is different from the admin user panel. I don't know how they break this up, but again, not a fan of how Linktree does this stuff because it's weird. Okay, let me come over here, refresh. So this is our light mode, right? So we got a, oh wait, no, this is the wrong one. We have to come over to BG light, edit. Okay, background color, we want BG-white, font color, BG-black, link color. I guess we can leave it as BG-white and then BG-black, like that. I did that backwards. Maybe. Oh, text. Yep. Text-black and then text-black. For admin, we'll use Rollify. Probably going to end up doing something like that. But I got to like figure out how I want to do all that. A lot of that's going to end up influencing how I do some other things that I have planned. Okay, so that works. And then we want one more theme. This is going to be the Linktree theme. It's going to be, what do we call the other themes? Theme type dark? Oh, I don't know. I don't even think that matters. And then we're going to grab that color we had before in our profile show page, I think. Yeah. Profile show. In here, we're going to grab this one. So we can pop this in here with a font color of, I guess, text-white. BG-white, text-black. Is that how that was set up? I don't know. We'll come over here. We'll grab this. Yeah, that looks about right. So now we got like the default setup, right? Then we can also come over here and we're going to maybe change this name for the space theme to just be dark. Because it's really not space themed. There we go. So now we got light, dark, and Linktree. Something like that. And then we can just go from there. Git commit -m, add themes. The nice thing about this also is the fact that because I have to rewrite all of it when I go through and do it properly, I don't have to worry about cleaning anything up here because it's basically the same thing we did the last time with reading through the repo and recreating it. But instead, I'm just looking at the repository as like a source of notes. I don't have to go through and reinvent all the Tailwind stuff, which will be nice. I've been working on something similar with the, what is it? It's in here. I'm trying to work out my logic for a way to manage a Minecraft server using a Rails panel, which sounds very unnecessary, and it definitely is. But it would be nice to be able to pop into like the Rails server and just upload some stuff, as opposed to constantly having to either FTP into the server or do all the other stuff. And I was trying to run like one of those the panels, so like the what was it called? A Genti panel. I couldn't get this one working. I got a different one working on the server, but I wasn't a fan of the fact that it took literally like 20 minutes just to like FTP in once, because I had to like install the plugin and stuff, and the plugin installation was such a pain. Because they're all one-click deploy alternatives to cPanel, which is great. They're, one-click deploy, open source, all those fun words, but none of them actually just worked out of the box. And eventually I was like, whatever, maybe we can just find a way to do it with like Rails. Is Agenti like the Django admin panel? It's like a, let me see. It's mostly just a way, it's almost like what you would see with like a WordPress backend, where you can just access like files on your system, run updates, check analytics, do whatever. Do they have a demo? Looks like they don't. What was the other one? Because there was another one that I had set up. It was like, Okay, wait, I had the link. It was like 8 alternatives to cPanel. There we go. And then I ended up getting AA panel up and running, this one. I think this one had a demo. So it'd be something like this. You log into the backend or whatever, and then you can just kind of see like general info on like your backend. The admin panel is one of the few features Django got right. Yeah, that's what I hear a lot, is that's like a really good one. But like you come over here, you look at like your websites that are running, or you go over to your FTP to like if you got to add files or something. And it's just, it's a really nice experience, and it would make like the Minecraft server administering a little bit easier. Random, but when would you not use Pundit can over Rollify? I'm not sure, honestly. I don't know enough of the differences between all of them to tell you like when you would use one over the other. It's probably, I don't want to say it's personal preference, but I think I've only covered each one like once on the channel, maybe. So it's also just a point of like I haven't personally used them a lot, because like 9 times out of 10 I just throw like an admin boolean on the user and I say, okay, we have authorization, everyone go home. Because that's just the faster way for me to set all that stuff up. But yeah, having something like this up and running would be nice, but I can't figure out how to get that up and running. And I think there's a lot more customization and a lot more fun that could be had if I were to set up something similar to this, but with like a Rails server, and then maybe like spin up a couple of Docker containers and figure out how to like get them all to communicate. It'd also be like a pretty fun learning experience, I think. But the only way I could get the idea up of like how to get them to communicate would be to like have the modded files go up on the Rails server and have them like store the files or something, or maybe store a zip file. Maybe the user uploads a zip, and then have like a cron schedule that runs and checks if there's a new file in the location, and then copies that over to like the volume that the Minecraft server uses. But of course, there's like so many issues with all of that that I was just kind of sitting there earlier, probably for like 2 hours trying to figure out how to make this work. And I was like, I don't know. But it feels weird because like I have this Contabo server up and running, and I'm like, oh, I'd really like to get something working. And I mean, to their credit, this was like a lot of very useful tutorials that they have on their service, which was nice. It's a disclaimer, I work with Django every day. Frameworks sadly lack a simple way for highly customization. Yeah. Well, I think you could probably also go with like Avo. Sorry. Rails, Avo, admin. The Avo panel has a lot of uses. And they do have like a community edition, which has most of their features, or I guess I should say a lot of their features. I've covered this one on the channel before too, but that was a while ago, so I'm sure like a lot of this has changed since then. But oops, I want to go home. There we go. This was a very this felt like a better solution than most other admin panels at the time. Yeah, it feels like they're constantly shipping stuff. I don't know. Every time I look at the Twitter feed, I'm just like, geez, how? Yeah, they were one of the ones when I was testing out a bunch of different admin panels where it didn't feel like a chore to do like action text attachments or anything. They just kind of get everything up and running. But I would also, to me, it would be funny to get like one of these Minecraft servers up and running somehow, and then to deploy it with like Kamal and just make the memeiest Kamal video ever. The Chimera link of Laravel filament, and I will kill for something like that with Python. Yeah, again, that's where it's helpful to like go and look at other frameworks and tools and see how they're doing things and just say like, hey man, can we have this over here? Like, if you just sit there and you constantly say, oh, Rails is the best thing ever, and you don't ever go and explore the other options, you're not going to get a lot of innovation that way. Again, that's why I had a lot of fun with like the Next.js stuff. That's where a lot of the other frameworks are going to come in. Because I don't know, like the Laravel, I think every other day I see something positive about it. It's I don't know. It's very, very positive environment surrounding the framework. All right, what is happening over here in Discord? I'm not ignoring you guys. Kamir's busy deploying. That's all it is. Everyone's busy today. We all got stuff to do. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be nice to find a way to get like a very quick and easy template up and running with Rails that would let you do a lot of this stuff. Because it would also be like a lot more flexible than these panels. Because a lot of these panels I was running into, not like the Avo stuff, but like the Agenti and stuff, like if you wanted to extend it, it was either JavaScript or it was PHP. And if I see PHP to extend something, immediately I have like the biggest warning bells going off. Probably even more so than if I see like JavaScript to extend something. Because if I see like if I see PHP to extend something, immediately my mind goes to like those WordPress plugins that grind your server to a halt. I'm like, please no, anything but that. Okay, let me think, because there was a couple other things we wanted to do. We have this. Maybe like a default would be a good idea. Was he your boss? Did you work together? Or how did you know him? Just showed up in Twitch chat at one point, and now he's a regular. It's been like 2 weeks, and I feel like I've known him for years. Also, he like helped me learn Tailwind, so Discord invite in your Linktree is expired. Okay. This is probably why people always yell at me and say that I don't promote the Discord enough. Because that's pretty bad if it's if it's expired. All right, hold on. Let me generate a new link. Invite people. Copy. Your link will never expire. Okay. Come over here. Wait, how have people been? Maybe that's why the joins were so slow. Yeah, I'm not touching that one. Let's do this. I'm just going to go straight to the link. It doesn't need to be the Genius stuff. I still need to cancel the Genius stuff. Okay. Let's see. Discord. Let me just check. I'm going to go to Linktree/Dean, and I'm going to see if that, or I guess Deanin, see if that works. Oh, the theme's still messed up too. Discord. Okay, yeah, so that's working now, hopefully. Now let me go change the colors. Because that looks terrible. Seems so experienced to be in a Twitch chat, yeah. That's again, you never know. There's people everywhere that are super experienced and you would never guess it. I forget who I was talking to the other day, but it might have been like someone that messaged me about like potential collab or something. They were like, yeah, I don't have a lot of followers to contribute or something. And I was like, dude, you understand that there's people in this world that are going to like live and die with 0 followers that are going to be way better at this than any of us, right? Like if we're sitting here gatekeeping based on follower count, that's that's a little questionable. Okay, let's come over here, and this needs to be FFF again to hopefully get this to look better. There we go. Okay. The mean is the junior dev with 2 to 3 experience like me, for example. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really know what like the Twitch demographics are like from like a developer perspective. Okay, so that should hopefully be fixed. Let me come over here. Let me just paste the link to the server in case anyone else in chat doesn't have it. Discord invite link. I think that works. And then I can come over here and test real quick. Although it's weird that this one is also different than the other one. Come back over to the links real quick. I don't think there's enough activity yet to get the permanent URL or whatever from Discord, which means it's always going to be these weird little semi-temporary links. Okay. Let's come over here. Or are people selling this on Facebook Marketplace? Oh, Facebook. Yes. The good old Gulf Stream off of the Facebook Marketplace. Oh, man. That's a funny one. I'm going to send that to my mom later because she's always complaining about Facebook Marketplace. I'm sure she'll get a kick out of that one. Okay, let's see. I'm going to close this because we're good there. We can close this and this. Okay. So here's my question. We have some of this stuff up and running. I kind of want to mess with the hosting idea. Or I guess like it would almost be like a Docker compose file that would run on the server. I'm thinking. Or you'd run like a Kamal with accessories or something. I don't know. I guess I have to look up how to do the Kamal accessory stuff too. Let me see. Okay, Rails. configuration. Using accessories. You can manage your accessory services via Kamal as well. Accessories are long-lived services that your app depends on. Okay, so it's definitely not that. Is there a way to run like a Kamal? Maybe there's a way to do this. Or what I could try initially is I could deploy with Kamal. I could have the other server running there, and I could just see what happens. Let's see. Let's come over here. I would have to open this. Yeah, because I don't think this will change anything that's on the server. So I'm going to try this. I'm going to try to get Rails up and running on the same server that I currently have this weird little Minecraft thing running on. And we're going to try to manage it through Rails. That sounds like a funny idea. So I'm going to do a Rails new, I don't even know. I'll just call it demo. I'm so original. Rails new demo, Tailwind. I think that's fine. And then we'll run this. And we're going to try to configure this somehow. Oh, I forgot the CH Ruby. Every time. Oh, -j ES build. Okay, we can use ES build. We can do that. I'm going to see if my mom wants to buy a Jetstream aircraft. Okay, let's see. Because what I'd like to do is get something like this working. ES build or import map. I guess it depends on what you're trying to do. For me personally, I usually prefer the import map. Or sorry, I usually prefer the ES build. Code dot, and then I'll put this in the README in here. Okay, let's come over here. And let's put this in this README. There we go. Like that. And then we'll do a Kamal init. And then we can come over to GitHub and we can just copy one of the GitHub Kamal deploy files. Let's do the Linktree one because this one already exists, right? Come into config. Deploy.yaml. We'll copy this. Go over to config, deploy.yaml. Then we got to change this for the other IP, which I totally know how to do over here. That's one thing I have to say. The dashboard for Contabo looks a little bit dated. Like if you haven't used it before, look at this. This does not look like a server hosting panel. This is definitely like bare metal as it gets. VPS control. I'll have to log in. Very much a that sidebar looks like an ad. Yeah, seriously though. This is exactly how I imagine a hosting panel. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like it does what it needs to. Like as much as I want to meme on it, I look at it and I'm like, you know, that's good enough. If you spent more, I'd have to pay more probably. So I guess props to you because you managed to keep it affordable. Like that. Change this. We need the master key and then we need the registry again. So let me go do that over here. So I have to log into my Docker, or sorry, my Docker hub. I have to log into the Docker hub, grab a new access token, which I always forget to do for Contabo. And I have to put this in my env file for the registry. And then I have to grab the master key from Rails and put that in for the Rails master key. Then I can save this and close it. And now I don't have to risk leaking anything, hopefully, because my track record there is not great. Okay, and I'm going to do a Rails G scaffold pages home. Come over here to our routes and change the route. Pages home. I definitely, oh, this needs to be pages home, like that. And then let's come over to views, pages. What did I just run? Oh, I did a scaffold. Okay, that makes sense. Rails G controller pages home. There we go. Like that. And then we can do a bin/dev. Dev, there we go. Localhost port 3000. Just make sure it works before we deploy it. It's upset about something. Yarn, no such error or no such option. What is this thing's problem? Proc file. Why? What? Why are you trying to? Where did this come from? Okay. Did -JES build, right? Hold on. Error parsing gem file. Okay, gem file. Oh, I just realized by doing the ES build, that's also going to break some stuff because I don't have the default styles that they usually include with it, which is kind of annoying, but that's fine. Yarn, no such option -- watch. I don't understand how this broke. Well, this is just a new app. All I did was I ran a Rails, what was it? Rails new -c Tailwind -JES build. Yeah. But I don't know how this broke. It's like we just made this. CD demo. Didn't you just copy that? Yeah, so what I copied was the Kamal file. And then I generated a controller. And then I tried to run the server. But when I opened up the proc file had this in it by default. Which I don't know where this is coming from. Have I not done, and maybe I haven't. Yeah, because this is a fresh install. Alrighty. Well, only one way to find out how to fix this. Error command failed 120. Oh, God. What happened? Okay, let's try this. We're just gonna try this from scratch. We'll step through this. Rails new demo -j esbuild -c tailwind. Ruby is actually gonna it's gonna get me to act up if this keeps up. Okay, so we'll try this. We'll see. Yarn is now installed. Again. I guess I wasn't paying enough attention during the setup process initially. I just assumed that it was working, which is on me. I just assumed like if I ran this, I would get errors back or something and my terminal would be red. Maybe I just missed it. CD demo bin/dev. Oh, this time it's working. Okay. So I don't know what its problem was. Okay, whatever. Let me close this and this and this and this and this. Okay. Kamal in it. Probably didn't add the npm scripts to your package.json. Yeah, I guess that's also true. I don't know. I'm assuming Yarn it either wasn't installed or it wasn't running or something. I don't know. Which caused it to fail. And then, but like the other weird part that I don't understand is why this CSS generated with a bun instead of a yarn in the proc file. So I wonder if it tried to like default to bun or something. And it just got confused. But okay, anyways, Rails, G, controller, pages, home. I really just wanted to have like a basic app to play with. Pages, home. And then we can do a Kamal init, which I already did. I'm going to grab this env and move it over here. Maybe. And I'm going to grab the Docker Hub stuff again. Come in here and delete this one. Guess yarn wasn't present, so it picked bun. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what it tried to do. I just looked at it. I'm like, wait, no, I've only tried to use bun once before with Rails. I don't know why you're trying to make this a thing right now. Let me grab the master key. Paste that over here. Close it. Okay, so the env is set. Let's come into, not here, let's come into the deploy. Let's go over to GitHub again. Linktree Tailwind demo. Come into config, deploy, copy, paste, and then we need the IP. Just like that. The rest of this should be good, at least for right now. I'm gonna go ahead and close that and that. Okay, so this already, if I'm remembering right, should already have like the Minecraft stuff on it. So if I cd into the Forge server, this is what I got up and running yesterday. So there's a start script. The start script runs a bunch of stuff. Let me just right here. So originally it runs a screen. The screen then runs the server, which allows me to like have it running in the background, right? That's all fine and good. But what I'd like to do, first of all, is I want to throw this in like a Docker container or something. Oh, hold on one sec. All right, sorry about that. I'd like to throw this in a Docker container just because I think this would be a much better way than to just have this running on a server. But that does mean that this one's going to have to share some files with the Rails app, which will be interesting. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to deploy this Kamal thing, this Rails app with it, which means it's going to install Docker. It's going to prep the server, and then we're going to see if we can like follow along with that and have it like up and running with the Minecraft server as well. Because then in theory, we could do something like, I don't know, an active storage upload. have that throw the zip file in some folder somewhere, and then have the cron job grab that file, throw it into the server directory. It's just like a toy project that I was thinking of with getting like a Rails server up and running alongside a Minecraft server, so you could use the Rails app to manage the Minecraft server. Almost like your like Apex Minecraft type thing. What is it? Apex Minecraft hosting, where they give you that cPanel type backend, but instead you're just building it up with Rails. Again, no idea if this is going to actually work, but I want to at least play with this for a bit. And that gives me a chance to like think about the Tailwind stuff on the side. Oh, nice. First time. Yeah, it's my first time trying to set up this type of thing. I've had a Minecraft server running before. It's just my first time trying to set up this contraption. You can make billions with this. Yeah, if you could get like a Kamal easy deploy up and running, you could probably make a decent amount of money off this. But I'm mostly just doing it for fun right now. Because my thought process is you get like Kamal, it's basically 2 or 3 things you got to set up, right? Like you add your 2 environment variables, and then you add your IP address, and then you're largely done, which is a lot more accessible for beginners than to try and like set all this stuff up from scratch. And it's a lot friendlier to throw like your Minecraft server into just a Docker container, I'd imagine, than trying to configure the servers independently. Incredibly, no one has complained about Kamal today. Yeah, well, this is also the first time I've tried to use it, so we'll see. We might have a ticking timer going on over here if it decides to be like upset me. It always depends, because sometimes it just works wonderfully, and then other times it's like no. Case in point, Docker is not running. That's on me. So we're gonna go ahead and get Docker up and running. Thankfully, it looks like it's already set up on the server, which is good. But yeah, because it does the builds on the local machine, you also have to have it running here. We'll go ahead and we'll run this. There we go. Okay. So now it's like logged into the registry, and now it's going to try to actually build this container. And then we'll have to figure out what like the equivalent container would look like for a Minecraft server, which I don't even know where you'd start with that. Minecraft Forge Docker container. See if that's a thing. Docker image that provides a Minecraft server that will automatically download selected versions of the startup. Oh, you know, actually that sounds like exactly what I'm looking for. Running different versions of Minecraft with different things. Automated downloads and cleanup. Hold on. Okay, so if you can automate something like this, really all you'd have to do is set like an endpoint in the Rails app, have it running locally, and it could just grab it from there. And then you don't even have to worry about like going out to some other server and getting put on the naughty list for constantly downloading stuff. Generic packs prefix, suffix, configs. Okay. Wow, there's a lot here that I have to figure out. I will use your service for Minecraft hosting and pay for it. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This idea is about 10 minutes old, so we'll have to see how this works. What's this one's problem? Unable to fetch some archives. Maybe run apt-get update or try with -- fix missing. I forget why did we run into this? The new Amazon was born 10 minutes ago. Okay, hold on. Oh wait, is this going to be upset because it can't build on this system? Maybe. Oh man, I don't know. I've seen this error before. We definitely ran into this before. What do we do? It's not yelling about the like system architecture. It's just unhappy. Was this where we like is this the one where we just ran an apt update and then like it just randomly worked? I can never remember because there's like 4 different random fixes we've done before or just make stuff work. It's either that or we do have to run that command to make it happy about the build architecture. But this seems very similar to the one I was running into on the other WSL instance that I then had to like switch over to this one for. But yeah, it would be nice if you could just get something that you could deploy to basically a bare metal server. Because I don't know if anyone here is like, this is probably just a me issue, but I don't know if anyone here has tried to do like a Minecraft server setup before. This is so unbelievably unfriendly to do on Linux. It's like every tutorial is just like the bare minimum of here's how you can run something kinda on your own system. I don't know, like the Forge Minecraft server. It was so weird, like looking through this the other day, where it was just like, it's either using some kind of service because they all have like affiliate codes and they're just trying to make money off their affiliate codes, or it's like these weird tutorials on how to like self-host it on your own server and then or on your own computer, and then you just got to make sure you don't like shut down your computer at all. Like this is so weird. I only hosted Minecraft servers on my local Mac. Yeah, see, and I've only used. I've done it once on my computer, which was okay, but people always complain about like the lag. And then I've done it with like third-party hosting stuff. But like, and I'm not going to pick on anyone here, but my price with what I was using was like double what they were advertising. So like in this case, 6 gigs of RAM is $17 for the first month, $22.50 billed monthly afterwards. I think I registered like 5 months ago to run the server, and by the time it was done, it was like $34 a month. So I just canceled my Minecraft server with my friends because I was like, dude, it's been 5 months and the price is like doubled from what I'd be paying here according to this price. And even this, $17, again, we can go over to Contabo. Bare metal machine. I don't know what the performance is like, but like 6 gigs of RAM, $550 a month. So like if you could, in theory, get something like this up and running, that's a pretty big price save. Oh, right. We also hosted some on Nitrado. Interesting. Yeah, and Hetzner we'll take a look at in a second. So let me come in here. Let me look at the Minecraft servers for these. Okay. 4 slots, 2 gigs. Yeah, so these are all 2 gigs. Interesting. Hosted a Minecraft server with my boyfriend on Railway a year ago. You hosted it on Railway? That's so cool, though. How'd you hear about Contabo? Is that trustworthy for hosting in general? I think Kamir mentioned them in chat. And then Hetzner, I was looking at, because they also, so Hetzner has a reputation with Rails, but also like in general, I saw them mentioned on a couple different like Minecraft forums, weirdly enough. But if I come over to their cloud, if you look at the prices, the thing I was running into was something that would work for me that wasn't like dedicated. It's like shared, I don't know, ARM64. There was no US location. So that's where I could run into problems. And yeah, like Kamir mentioned Contabo, but they also have a reputation either for not having like DDoS protection, or that they are Like if you have a bunch of people trying to access your server, so you're basically being attacked, they'll just ask you to like shut the server down or something. But all of that was coming off of like random Minecraft Q&As. It sounds like they are okay, but I really won't know until I try. Which again is how all of these things ultimately end up, is just I try it and then I go yay or nay from there, as opposed to looking at like the reviews. What's your thoughts on Ruby with blockchain? I don't really have a lot of blockchain thoughts. Raspberry Pi is the way. Yeah, but like I don't know, I've talked to a couple friends that are big blockchain people, and the conversation always goes in circles. I think I'm probably not a fun person to talk to if you're a blockchain person. Okay, we got that. This is still throwing an error for this. But I don't know how we would fix this from what's the use cases for blockchain? That would be the question I ultimately end up asking most times. Because a lot of my friends were big on it, and then they kept like trying to sell me on it, and I just kept asking why we wouldn't just run the apt install command on your server. That's what I'm thinking. It's just weird that this is like throwing an error. Exit code 100. Okay, anyways. This one. Oh wait, this is coming from the Docker file, right? Yeah, so these... let me think. If I come in here, let me do this. Let me do some housekeeping first, just to make sure this isn't it, because this was the problem once before. Blow everything away. Do a Kamal setup. This is when building the Docker image itself. Yes. So that's why I thought maybe like architecture problems was what it yelled at me that one time. But it's just so weird, because you would, in an ideal world, it would just work, but there's always something. But yeah, there was that one command, which I think I have maybe over here. Or maybe I posted it in Discord at some point. I don't know. Let me check. Not here, not there, not there. Okay, so maybe it is in Discord. Let me go check if I can find it in the Discord. And maybe that'll fix it. Let's see. AARCH. Somewhere? Maybe I didn't post it here. Okay, I guess we'll just have to see then what caused this to break. But last time it was like Rails add to Gemlock. Something like this. And then I ended up finding some solution somewhere that described how to do it. It was a weird workaround, but it managed to work a couple times. But there it would always say that it wasn't supported on whatever device I'm trying to build on. I'm using 3.2, right? Oops, 3.2. Let me check. Yeah, 3.2.2, which I think is what we used before. Let me see if there's another GitHub repo that I've used since then. If the render, the railway, the Next.js, the railway demo, Tailwind fold, the Godot on Rails one. This one did use. Okay, yeah. So I'm willing to bet if I go look at this video, I'll probably run the command in this video somewhere and then like casually edit out what's happening. So let's see. Come over here, make sure I'm muted because I don't want to listen to myself. I got to find out where we do the... Dude, they're actually getting really good with their automatic timestamps. Creating the video game, creating the website. Like, YouTube's actually kind of cracked at this now. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. This is Godot on Rails, that one. I need this one. I need, like, a proper one. Okay, it's going to be over here. We're looking at the terminal. This is still localhost, so we got to get to the Kamal section. Okay. Over here, setting up Cloudflare. Kamal deploy. Okay, so this is post deploy. So over here, there's going to be a cut somewhere. Let me just make sure it's still running. So we're not technically wasting any time. Although I'm sure people would rather be doing literally anything else right now. I need to get to an error in the console. Maybe I did it before. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This is so weird. This is one of those errors that I just can never figure out if it's a me problem or if it's just like a generic issue with however Kamal is building it. Then it doesn't help that they got like multiple Mac specific issues that they're trying to fix as well. So I'm like, maybe it is just a generic problem. I mean, we blew away the build container, so I'm hoping that that was enough. And the other fun part about this is waiting like 10 minutes between each build sometimes. 15, 20 minutes sometimes. Yeah. Hopefully this works, and then we'll be able to play around with it a bit. Because I kind of have like an idea floating around up here of how we would get this to work with like a shared directory or something. But if this container that we were looking at, if this one can just do like auto updates by itself, we just create like a route for the latest like mod pack or something, and then the Minecraft server would pull from there. Sounds like my current AWS experience. My EC2 has been deploying for 20 minutes. I'm beginning to get worried for it. Oh, yep, it blew up again. Oh, wait, this is the one. This is the one. Okay, so this is a different error. So we're not getting the I can't do anything error. We're getting the you have to manually add this as a build thing. So let me do this. We have the README. Kamal cringe fix. We'll put this in here. Like that. Okay. There we go. Really, no one's insulting Kamal today. Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe the meme's on a break. Maybe we're just trying to be nicer today, but yeah, see, the problem is, like, in terms of waiting for 20 minutes, these builds tend to just take a really long time. And I don't know, it builds them in like an asynchronous order. So I can't even look at like the number in the Docker file that we're at sometimes to figure out if we're making progress or not. So I'll see this number just shoot up to like 30 and then step 16 fails later. I'm like, okay. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I'm hoping that this works. And then we can grab this, set up the endpoint, and then hopefully we can, because what my vision is to get to a point where you just go to like the Rails app. It's like dnout.com in this example. You go to update mod pack or something, and you just upload your new mod pack. And then the server goes somehow, okay, new mod pack acquired, update server, question mark. I don't know, maybe hit like a deploy button or something. Did I not? Okay. There we go. So we run that, we add it to our gem lock, and then magically it just works. I'm not really sure why it just works, TM, but that causes this to somehow work. Yeah, it just adds it as a platform here, which is probably my fault when I set up this Ubuntu. Probably just hit the wrong option or something, or maybe I downloaded the wrong version. This was not a problem with the 20.02 or whatever. 20.04. What are the downsides of using WSL? Although, to be fair, it's also one of the downsides of using Kamal. Maybe like the user base is just too small, so this isn't something that comes up a lot. But it's kind of wild that this isn't just like automatically a thing. This is also when you deploy to Heroku. So you never really used Heroku, but it always sounded like it was just super easy to do. Like you just push to the branch and then somehow it works. And it always sounded a little bit suspicious because I'm like, you know, in my experience at least, deploying has never just been, and then I deployed the new app for the first time and it worked just fine. Bundler changed this a few versions ago. Of course they did. Heroku was great until you got the bill for any meaningful size app. I believe that too. Yeah, that's what just blew my mind though. Like $34 for a Minecraft server. That was wild. And I mean, yeah, I'm running like Forge mods or whatever, but $34. If there's one thing that'll motivate you to try and hack together your own solution, it's being charged like the equivalent of what you would pay for, I don't know, like Pal World to run your server. Isn't pushing to the branch how you deployed the Next.js app? Yes, I think that was how we did it. I think it was similar for, I want to say Railway and I don't remember if it was Railway or Render, but for one of them you would push to the branch and then you could manually deploy by pressing a button. But yeah, for Heroku, it always felt like it was just something you did to the console somehow, and then the app just got deployed, and I was like, that sounds weird. Why don't you guys have problems like the rest of us have problems? I still suggest Heroku to startups, I advise, but more and more run into issues. Salesforce has just not been invested the resources they used to run into the project. Yeah, it also doesn't surprise me. That's like Salesforce MO right there. DevOps exists for a reason. Exactly. It's for developers to go, please make it work. And then they try it and then they go, dude, this, there's no world where this ever worked. And then you go, no, DevOps, trust me, this worked on my machine. And then they gradually go to resent you for it. Nothing like a 4-hour call with the DevOps team where you're trying to explain that like this definitely worked on someone's machine. Not yours, but there's definitely a machine where this worked at some point. DevOps' whole job is to prevent engineers from saying works on my machine. Yeah, there's a bit of an experience with that, that's for sure. It's always funny. I always like talking to the DevOps team. When I think about DevOps, I just think about CI/CD. Why you just give your DevOps the 3 set of VMs you needed to run it on your machine. Yes, that sounds oddly familiar to what I was getting at. Here you go, Mr. DevOps guy. Here's every virtual machine we were using, and the passwords are in the text file, in the zip file. Actually, I think I gave them to the whole company. Yeah, there might have been some security issues there, but it's probably fine. It's nothing like distributing a virtual machine in a zip file with like keys to the city included. But unfortunately, you have to make do with what you have sometimes, right? That was definitely a make do type of situation. I still think back to that stuff sometimes. I'm like, man, I can't believe that that was a conscious decision by people. Or I guess like a set of consequences. Oh man, I miss the D&D campaign sometimes too. Using AWS, not that bad, but we have 3 apps: PHP, backend, Next.js frontend, and Node serverless. MySQL for PHP, Mongo for serverless. I would never understand why we do this. Yeah, sometimes you just got to sit there and you got to say, okay, I guess that's the way we're doing things. And then you just take it on the chin. What does the app do? Launching control shuttles. Job security. Unironically, though. The more complicated it is, the harder it is to get rid of the only guy that understands it. That's a statement that's way too real. Although sometimes that doesn't stop the company. Sometimes they say, you know what, actually, if I can't understand it, no one can. Resume-driven development. That's such a good term for it, though. Oh my god. Yeah, we need to make sure that we're employable in the future. So I'm gonna need to use a lamp meme hype beast stack for this one. Honestly, that kind of describes a lot of my YouTube videos. Just needlessly over-engineered solutions. Stuff we do to cover up for Next.js is just insane. I like this idea of deploying an entire separate stack just to make sure that no one catches on to the Next.js issues. Although I guess like it is funny because I hear like sometimes from like the web developers that watch the videos or watch the channel or something where a lot of the ways that they paint things are like this idealized world that they come from the perspective of being in web developer land. And when you compare what the web developers have like as an idea of how things should work to what you see if you go down to like Joe Schmo's automotive emporium or something, and they're just running like the most out-of-pocket setups imaginable. Dude, the people that argue for clean code, they would, there's no way. They would just lose it. Because they, like, what do you guys do? Well, yeah, so, like, we run all of our servers in virtual machines. Oh, like Docker containers? No, like VirtualBox VMs. We have to, like, manually copy the code over because no one here knows how to use, like, a shared drive. And also, like, we don't really use any of the stuff .NET gives us. It's just kind of, we like C#, right? We do like Vue, but like we like Vue 2. And we're on Vue 3, but we've just kind of like transformed it into what we need. DevOps, yeah, there's a guy who makes stuff run sometimes. Security. I'm not even going to touch that one because that one's too real. Well, when you like compare that to what you see everywhere, it's so funny. Whenever I'm on tech Twitter and the people are just like, they're losing their minds over like the mildest deviation from the norms. I'm just like, dude, if you had any idea what the average company was doing, you'd be sobbing uncontrollably. You'd be full Kamal sobbing. Like these people are out here, toothpicks and glue would be, I don't know, praise compared to how they have their setups working. I guess I should say working. Like in a lot of cases, it's mostly just, it worked last Tuesday and we can't figure out why it's not working this week. It is funny though. It just occurred to me that we were waiting for Kamal to finish. Yep. As is tradition. This right here, that initial deploy is always just so much fun. 616 seconds. Okay, so now if I come over to here, this is now running the Rails app, which is good, right? 10 minutes, 16 seconds. Yeah, 10 minutes and change. So now that we have this up and running, my question is, if I SSH in to this app, which has that running, and then I CD into the Forge server, and then I vim the start, and then I comment, insert. I comment this out. And I want to do this, I guess. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, but we'll do this. And then we can do /start sh. Oh, you know, I probably should have. Yeah, okay, hold on. We're gonna come into the mods directory. Okay, so this still has everything in it, right? So here's what I'm gonna do. I'll cd out of here. I will move mods to mods_old. And we'll make dir mods. And then we'll do /start. So this should get rid of all of the mods. So now it's just running a bare whatever this Forge version is. And then we can open that up. How much time does it take the next time you deploy? Usually around like 190 seconds. So like 3 minutes and then like plus or minus another minute, depending on how much it hates me. And how it does deploy. I've only tried deploying to a single server. So I don't know if I could only hope it's like not, I don't know, multiplicative. I would really hope it's just like a flat 20 minutes maybe where they all just run at the same time, like neat and tidy, but I somehow doubt that's the case. It also probably depends on what you're deploying. Maybe if you're deploying the same app to 100 servers, it's faster. Yeah, I don't know how 37 Signals does it. So like if let's say they have to deploy their front end to 4 different servers, you'd only have to build it once and then push it to 4 servers, assuming that's how Kamal does it. But if you're deploying 4 different apps to 4 different servers and has to build each one and each build process takes 15 minutes, then you're looking at maybe an hour, or maybe it can build all 4 of those in parallel. I don't know. Probably depends on like both how Kamal does it when it does the deploy, but also how, like however it's run. Docker has cache stages. Yeah, and that should help. But man, if it doesn't feel like it doesn't sometimes. Okay, and then multiplayer, I don't care. Don't show this again. Proceed. Okay, well, this looks like it worked, actually. At least deploying, okay, I should say deploying the Kamal file did not break the Minecraft server. So that's something. Yeah, and it still seems fine. Okay. Just make sure that this is good. Docker should be creating the image, then using that for everyone. Yes, that is what I would hope would happen. It just doesn't feel like that when I do a great deal of my deploys. It feels like it just sits there and gets upset. Let's stop this. CD out of here. Oh, wait, no, we want to control D, right? Okay, so now that we have that, we could, in theory, set something up. But I have to figure out how we would even set this up. So we can either set up like the container itself and try to deploy this one as well. Oh, hey, thank you, Chugging Coffee. Good to see you back, too. Good to see you back. Because we could probably deploy with something like this. Then we'd have to make them share. The alternative is to leave it on the server, but that kind of defeats the whole easy deploy idea, right? Got to get you to affiliate and get some more Dean motes. I'm already affiliated, so at least we got that. Now it's partner, but partner is a ways off. At least for Twitch. But they give me access to more emotes. I just have to actually like make them. As much as I want to use the Kamal one, I don't want to use like an AI generated whatever AI generated emote. Because I have like a folder worth of stuff that I was looking at with that. And we still have the... Oh, we have the Kamal one somewhere. Where did I put it? Is it here? Or is it? It's probably here. I have it somewhere. What's the worry with AI generators against TOS? I don't know if it's against TOS, but it's probably not great to AI generate it. The optics of it are probably not great. Considering like the fact that there's channel badges for like artist credit, and the general perception of AI generated art is that it's in a moral gray area, to put it lightly. Plus, like for me, the way that I would want to use it is more just the way that I have. I generate a funny meme off of it. I go, ha, that's great. And maybe that serves as like a point of inspiration, but I would ultimately want to create it myself, just because like if you've looked at AI generated art before, although it might seem similar, it's not. Like the colors don't quite stay consistent. The face shape doesn't quite stay consistent. Like it always deviates a little bit. And those wouldn't be issues that I would have if I went through and like manually made them. So that's where like for me, I think the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to manually make the emotes. Plus it's good for my whole learning art side project. Takes a lot of work with stable diffusion for persistent. Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of their problems came with like Sora with the video as well, where it was hard for them to keep it consistent there. Okay, so if I set up something that runs and grabs the files, we could then grab the zip file that gets uploaded by the user, which would be me in this case. So we upload the zip file, that gets active stored somewhere. And then from that active storage location, I would then pull it into the directory. So maybe I do it like this. So upload zip file, right? Active storage model. And then there's a couple options that happen here. Either the Minecraft server requests a new zip file because it saw it somehow. Don't know how. Or like, I don't know, Rails does something. And I guess also there's like the third option of server itself is running like cron and that sees a change. So this one right here probably causes some issues if it's in a container. This one right here causes some issues because it's in the container. You could probably reasonably do this one, right? So you just have something running in the background that just checks. And like a naive implementation would be I upload a zip file to Rails, and then Rails says there's a new zip file, and then it makes like a flag file somewhere. So Rails creates a text file, right? And that text file, it doesn't even have to have anything in it. And then the Minecraft server goes, checks for, or the cron scheduler or whatever goes and checks for that file, sees the file exists, it knows there's a new thing to take. So it goes and it grabs the new copy of the zip files, and then that goes into the Minecraft mod folder. That seems okay, but there's probably a better way to do it. There's also like the Minecraft server checks a Rails endpoint, and that endpoint changes when there's a new zip file uploaded. And then if it sees that that endpoint has some new data, it just downloads it from there, which also stops you from having to like constantly check the folder, I guess. But then you're just like pulling the, is the Minecraft server in a container too? I'm not sure. This seems like it would work. I still have to go through here and like actually test this. I don't know if, I really don't know if it makes sense to have it in there, if you should have it in there. I'm imagining if, like, let's say we get this up and running, and then you have two different apps. Yeah, you could just have the containers have mounted volumes either way. That's what I'm thinking. Because you just have like both of them share whatever storage volume, and then that would let it like move the zip file over somehow. But if you have like a Rails app container and you have a Minecraft app container, and then you just have to change some environment variables, maybe, to get something up and deployed, that might be a good way to do it. Now, yeah, that wouldn't work. Okay, so that only worked because I had the Rails server running out of the container. Okay. Trying to like convert this into an idea I had with a video a while ago. Let's see. If we run this in the container, this would then, where does it pull these files from? Okay, because there's a lot of stuff in here. This is where it becomes very like domain specific for a lot of the Minecraft stuff. Releases. Because I don't know if it's grabbing like the forge stuff from a specific location. So maybe I go check examples. Oh, so these are different. Okay. Because NeoForge is a fork of Forge, I think. Let's check all the mods 9, because that's something I've used before, which has a Docker Compose file. CurseForge, a CurseForge API key. Okay, so CurseForge API key. Okay. Do they have like, oh wait, hold on, what's this? Search for Railway Minecraft and check their Docker file. It's actually pretty smart. Okay, let's see. Is it railway.app, I think? That does not instill confidence. As we use, oh, yeah, so they're using the same Docker image that we're looking at. It's G1. Which is probably a good sign, right? That means that they probably, I'm assuming they know what they're doing. So I'm really just kind of making this up. Allocate from console.curseforge. Okay. Let me come over here. Let me open this up on this window and we'll see. Okay, I guess I have to sign up for this. Of course. It's time for everyone's favorite game. Making 13 new accounts so we can access something. Okay, this would then... I think it's probably realistic to say if you're spinning up a container like this that you can just go create an API key. So maybe that makes sense. Let me see. Okay, do they have like a... Does CurseForge have like a pricing page or something? Are they going to charge for this? Okay, anyways, I wanted to look at the Ruby stuff. Okay. It's always interesting to me when they have like an actual Ruby API sample. Although this is definitely a broken website. Like, what is happening here? Yeah, okay, let's come down here. Okay. U1 games, headers. So yeah. We would copy this, put it into this env. And then select a specific version / file. So you'd either grab a mod pack, which means you'd have to publish a mod pack if you wanted it to be a custom one, which would be not great. Is there a way to do this like locally? Let's see. Downloads. Oh, that's just a git ignore file. Okay, fantastic. Mod packs, maybe? Place server mod packs downloaded from CurseForge in this directory. The example Docker compose CurseForge references a mod pack downloaded from here. Okay, so yeah, this would use a zip file. So we could use this Docker compose file to run it, I think. Okay. So hypothetically, you'd have to upload to the Rails app, and then we have to find out a way to get that over into this folder. So let's maybe start there and see if we can get active storage to go to a specific location. So let's do Rails active _ storage : install. Okay. Rails DB migrate. And then we want to do Rails G scaffold mods. What would we need? We have the, give it a name, give it a, we need like the zip file attachment. So we'll just give it like a description as well, which we can just make text, I think. I'm actually going to leave that blank. What we'll do is we'll say Rails G action _ text : install. Like that. Okay. And we'll do Rails DB : migrate. bin / dev. Let's save this and come over to our routes. So we have the home page. Then we want to come into the page's home. Link to mod list. And then we'll say this is the mods path. Let's go over here, refresh, go over to mod list, and that's our mods path. Still need to style it. That's fine. We'll worry about that in a minute. But now we can come over to our mods, click new mod. We have to do this. If we come over to our Linktree Tailwind, I'm going to copy one of the forms from here so it looks less awful, because this is like, there's we'll style it later, and then there's, it's hard to use. This is definitely falling under the, I don't even know what I'm looking at this point. So let's come into views, Not links. Let's go into the profile one. So what was it? Like profiles form. And we'll just copy this. But we need to get this from a different branch, right? Okay, hold on. Yeah, so, oh, wait, come back. I think we're on themes. That was the last branch we were on. Let's grab this one. Come over here to our form for our mods form right here. So the only downside of doing like the ES build with Tailwind is you don't get any of that stuff out of the box. It looks a lot better in other cases. So we'll do this. Don't care about errors. We need name. Okay. Name, and then we got the submit. So we'll do this. This needs to be name. Text field for the name required is not true because I don't care. We'll say mod pack name. Go ahead and collapse that. This is broken. Okay, fantastic. We don't need this one. Oh, wait, yes, we do. We want to change this, right? We want this to be the file field, I guess. Oh, we have this one for the file field. Okay, so let's come into our models and our mod. And this is going to has one attached jar. And then it's going to has rich text description. And then we'll come up to the controllers, mods controller. It needs a jar and it needs a description. Let's come over to our form. It's going to have a jar, or no, it's going to have a description, which is going to be our text area. So really I'm going to put this down here and I'm going to get rid of this one. Description. About the mod pack. The classes can probably go, but we'll deal with that in a second. And then this needs to be the jar file. To leave for dinner soon and literally just tried to fast forward your stream like I would on YouTube. Definitely time for a brain break. Take it easy, y'all. I hope you enjoy your dinner. That is the one downside of the live streaming is you can't skip the boring stuff like this, trying to get it up and running. F.text field? What? Oh, form. F. Let's do this. Refresh. There we go. Okay, so that's something, right? That's why I love Rails doing this prototyping. Would take so long in Next or anything else. Yeah, and that's where like this is really nice because this is such an easy way to just set something up real quick and just see if it works. Okay, so I'm going to figure out how I want to do this, right? Because I think, or do these come with a jar file or do they come with a zip file? I really have no idea. Will this be open sourced? If it works, yeah. I have no idea. I'm winging it right now, so we'll see. Okay, I'm gonna grab like a simple mod pack. So maybe I just I'm gonna create a new one. And then I'll try like maybe I zip it. Yeah, it's got to be a zip file, right? It's not. This isn't a jar file. So let me just rename it real quick. Just so that I don't get this confused, because I need this to be like somewhat consistent. Because I feel like if we upload a zip file, you then unzip it and then you cut these into short videos for YouTube. If something comes of it, I probably will, or I'll like re-record it. The end goal is to get something like, not right now, but let's say, I don't know, 3 months from now, get it to a point where I can stream what ultimately becomes a video by just cutting the stream up into that video. But right now, I don't think any of you want to deal with me talking in my YouTube voice. And also, I feel like that's a lot more scripted. So I still have to like figure out how I'm going to do that. Dependent destroy. And then this also, we want to be dependent destroy. Goal is to get you to hire an editor, ideally me. Honestly, one of the hardest things, oh, I guess you can't depend on that. One of the hardest things is, because I was looking into editors at one point, but it's such a unique skill set to understand contextually enough of what's happening in the programming video, and also have that editing skill set. It was really difficult, excuse me, to get people to not just kind of like hand wave it. And then, because I tried it a couple times and I get a video back. And this was probably like a symptom of not trying hard enough to hire the right person. But I get like a video back from people where they edited like a YouTube tutorial. Half the steps were gone. They were editing for like retention, and like me going back through here and renaming these files, that's not good retention. But it turns out if you're trying to follow a tutorial, it is good retention, because that's like a very important detail if you want things to work. Hey, Vivek, hope you're doing okay today. Excuse me. So yeah, if I could get someone to do that in the future, that would definitely be the goal. But again, that's down the line, because I don't want to be one of those people that takes advantage of an editor either, where they're like paying them, I don't know, $50 for a video, where the editor's spending like 10 hours working on a video. That just seems weird. And like the videos aren't making $50 a video right now, so there's no point either. But yeah, anyways. So what I'm going to do, I guess I'll create like a empty profile for this version. And then really all I want to grab from this is there's one mod that I want to grab, which is in the other mod pack. I have to figure out what it's called, because it like makes the load time faster. Let's see. As an editor, I'll get on into more side quests. Yeah. Okay, let me see. It's this one, Smooth Boot. So I want to find this one, but for the other mod pack, which was testing, right? So we click on the little puzzle piece, search for Smooth Boot, install it. Okay. So now we have one mod. I guess I should add a second one just so we can check if it works. How can folks support you? I mean, it's a combination of just like watching the videos, and there's some people that like leave the super thanks, but from like the perspective of a creator, I guess maybe this is something that's good for people to know, or maybe it's bad for me to let people know this. I don't know. We'll find out in a second. When you give someone a super thanks, YouTube does like the bare minimum to tell you that you got a super thanks. I get like a notification on my phone sometimes. And if I go over to, where is it? This is what my super thanks dashboard looks like. I've had 2 this week. Point to me where they are. This is what YouTube shows you. There's like a notification that appears on your phone sometimes, and then there's maybe something in your dashboard. But I don't know why this is just an empty space. Like this, it even has the checkbox for like, show me the thing so I can thank the people. So that's like not great. Other people do like the YouTube members or stuff, or like the Patreon. But I feel bad about the Patreon because like I'm terrible about putting stuff on there, I guess. You should see it in your YouTube chat though. Yes, so if I'm live, I'll see it. But people like super thank me on videos that I have posted. Which means like if I'm not looking at the comment section on those specific videos, then I have to see like the comment notification on my phone to know that someone super thanked me, which is kind of annoying. I really wish they would give you some kind of dashboard where it's like a to-do list of who has done something like that, so you can properly thank them, or at least look at what they had to say. Because most of the time they're like, oh yeah, this video worked great, thank you. And I'm like, oh, cool. But I've had one, I saw it like 6 months later, and I was like, oh, well, now I just look like a terrible person. And that's when I first learned that like if you get a super thanks, you're not told about it. Like, oh, great. Now that person's been sitting there like, well, that was a waste of money. He didn't even know I did anything. Google and thanks doesn't fit. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, right now, like as far as support goes, I would just hanging out in chat is plenty. Don't worry about it. Let's see. We have this mod pack. I now need to export this, or I guess I can just open the folder and just grab the mods out of it, right? Because if I come in here to mods, we have this. So we'll come in here, we'll grab this, we'll zip it. Maybe. Compress to zip file. Let's do this, and let's just call this mods. Then I come over here, upload it. Like this, grab it, minimize it. Okay, so we'll call this like the smooth loader. There's no videos, but there's no videos yet. Once you start streaming, trust me, it'll happen. Just the smooth loader jar or something. Speaking of support / money, have you thought about doing more courses or offering consulting calls in your Linktree / site? I've thought about doing more courses. I just always feel weird charging for it. I'm terrible about that stuff in general. But yeah, like the courses are definitely something that I've thought about because I think that's probably realistically the way that I would want to go. That's one of the things I've been working on with the well, I've been working on this Linktree rewrite because I have that like Linktree course I posted forever ago. People bought it. But what I would like to do is give them like a refresher. So post it as to the course somehow. I have to figure out how to deal with like Thinkific, but in a way where they can access it without getting rid of the old version, because I don't want to like take that away from them. You have close to as many subs as Chris for Go Rails and you make 7 figures a year. Yeah. But I've also been uploading far less, for not as long. I haven't been uploading as long as he has. Geez, words are hard. Curious what phone you're using. I am using a Note 20, I think. Something like that. But yeah, there's a lot there. I have to actually do it. And then I choose to spend my time making a Minecraft uploader. Okay, let's see. Mod, all right, underscore mod. Okay, and then we can do description. And then we want to do one for the zip. You haven't been uploading as long, but the videos definitely have a shelf life. No one is watching Go Rails videos that are over 2 years old. Yeah. There's definitely an aspect to that. What is it? URL for mod.zip? Something like that. Any ambitions on starting something on the side, startup? I mean, I've had a couple ideas over the years, but there's usually one reason or another why I don't. Like one I was talking about maybe it was last week on stream, was it was like a book authoring application, which would have required you to get a, I probably want to change this to class. I would have needed like a WYSIWYG editor for it. And all of their licenses were just like not worth it. It's like multiple hundreds of dollars for that. It's very easy as a developer to talk yourself out of ideas. I've done it many times. Yeah, but I mean, there's also like a part of me is a developer, part of me worked as like a product manager. So I know kind of where that boundary is, where I need to get the developer side to understand that you need to stop. And in a lot of cases, like the payoff isn't really there. Like you can pretty easily see like, oh, the cost of this is going to outweigh whatever revenue it generates. Which was definitely the case for like the book authoring thing. Now, if I were to go through and like create my own equivalent of CK editor, the thing that I run into then is like just go sell the CK editor. So you're spinning off that as its own service and its own like startup. And I personally don't want to work on like a text editor full time for like a year. Although there's definitely interest in that because I know that people have reached out for me to like do the editor JS even into like a gem itself. Okay, so this starts the download, right? Rails community is so small that you frequently run into a lot of people, you know, like the guys I know on Twitter bump into me on Discord and here on streams as well. Yeah, that is one thing. It is a very small community in that regard. Like if you see someone that does Rails related stuff, you recognize the name more so than in like other communities, I guess. Okay, so if we do that now, if we come over here, storage, EK. So we'd have to find some way to like figure this out. I guess we can come over to the Docker file, do a volume. Let's see. Need to store the active storage zips. So they can be moved to the I don't even know what you call this, like mods folder. I don't know. Directory works. What would we want to do? Because like this works, I guess. But I'd want to let's see. I mean, we can do this for now. So we can at least see what this does for us. And then we can Kamal deploy. Oh, is this where we find out about the NeoVim LSP as well? All right, let's see. So yeah, this usually takes like 3 minutes to deploy, so we can let that run on the side while we do this. But this isn't going to work, I think. Probably want to put this somewhere on the server itself. So if we SSH... Oh, but yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. I'm not going to do that while this is running because it's got enough reasons to go boom as is. Let me do this. Alt-Shift+. And we'll CD in here. What's up with the NeoVim hype? I feel like I'm seeing it everywhere now. Yeah, it's NeoVim season. Code streams, I guess. CD Minecraft is in here. There it is. And then CD into the demo and then bin/dev. So we can at least run it while we're doing this. Okay. Now this does have a different name than what I thought I uploaded because I thought I renamed this. Oh, that's why. Okay, destroy this. Actually, let's edit this. We also need to change this description, but let's change this to be the mod and not the zip, first of all. Upload that. It's been the hype for the last 2 years. Thanks, Prime. Yeah, he's definitely a very popular advocate of it. Do people approach you to be their co-founder? Oh yeah, I've had people try a bunch of different stuff for that. Yeah. Let's just say like it hasn't all been bad experiences. But there's definitely been some bad eggs that have like soured it for a lot of people. Like I appreciate the enthusiasm in a lot of cases to approach me for something like that. Don't get me wrong. But the way that some people have done it, dear Lord. Hey, Dean, want to co-found a Minecraft server hosting platform? Yeah. I had someone ask for like a consulting meeting. I met with them. It turned out they wanted to, it wasn't even like a consulting. Is it many dev? Well, hold on. It wasn't even like a consulting thing. It was just like a false premise for a meeting. Followed by multiple chargebacks across multiple platforms, which caused me to then like have the chargeback fees associated with it, because now that they'd gotten the meeting, there was no longer a reason to actually pay those things. So like the meeting itself cost me like $60 to partake in, and then the meeting was based on a false premise. And then they're talking about me being like a co-founder or something. I'm just sitting there and like, dude, what? Like I left the meeting and I was like, oh yeah, I'll think about it. And then like the chargebacks started coming in and I'm like, really? To your potential co-founder. Okay. And I've had more than one instance of that. So now I'm like very wary when someone's like, hey, do you want to hop on a call? I'm like, how much is it going to cost me? But in terms of like, is it devs or non-devs? So for like YouTube in particular, it's developers. So it's someone who has a developer idea, or it's someone emailing me like from whatever country they're in that they have a startup or something and they'd like me to come help or something to that effect. Outside of that, I've had so many weird experiences with people. Like we were staying in a hotel in Austin at one point, walking through the parking lot, and this guy was trying to get his Bluetooth speaker hooked up for like his motorcycle or something. I don't know. But he was like working on his bike and he wanted his Bluetooth speaker hooked up. And this was like baby Dean at the time. It must have been like 20 something. I don't know. I didn't have the life experience to understand that I should not be telling people I'm in software if I'm out in public. I know better now, but I was like fresh out of college. I saw a guy need help and I was like, yeah, you need help getting that hooked up? And he's like, yeah, sure. And then he's like, well, what do you do? Because you seem to know a lot about Bluetooth things. And I'm like, I don't. I'm just kind of guessing, but I'm a software developer, I guess. The guy goes, oh, you're a software developer? Well, I have an idea. And like, dude, if you've ever heard I have an idea for an app, or I have an idea for a website, or I have an idea for a project, you know that you're just about to have like a bunch of your time wasted. So something like an app that would be used by people who run oil rigs or something, which completely different domain of knowledge to I can help you with your Bluetooth speaker. So it gets up and running. He pitches me this thing for like 30 minutes. I'm like, all right, I got to go. And I walk away. And what I didn't realize at the time was that when I walked away to go to, it was the hotel that my mom and dad were staying at. Cause like I was in a different one with my sister, and they were in that hotel room, and it was like an exterior hotel. It was like an extended stay or whatever. Yeah, you can give him the idea to learn to program himself. I didn't realize that he was going to watch that. So later that day, or like 2 or 3 days later, he called, like he got the phone number for that hotel room, and he called my mom on like the hotel phone to ask if her son was there to discuss the startup that him and her son were going to work on. So then she calls me and she's like, there's some dude calling me at like 10 p.m. or something. Like, did you tell him you were going to work on a startup with him? I was like, is that the dude from the parking lot? How did he get your number? So she leaves. She comes back. She's like, yeah, he said he got it from like the front desk. I'm like, they just give that out to people? Okay. No, I'm not working on a startup with him. The dude's just like staking it out. The next day, he like knocks on the door because he thinks that I'm going to answer the door instead of her. And then she had to tell him like, no, seriously, go away. I was like, okay. And ever since then, like even in public, if someone asks me what I do, I'm very hesitant to be like, I do software. Because yeah. Chad mom. Yeah. She had to put up with some stuff. But yeah, no, it was big. Can you fix my printer energy? But instead, it was just like, I'm gonna go stalk this person's room that I saw them enter, with like no context. He didn't even know if I was staying in the hotel. I could have just been visiting some people. It's a sad day when your mom has to break up with a strange man from the parking lot for you. Yeah, seriously. It's okay though. Both of the newfies were in that room, so like big 150-pound dogs. I don't think anyone was gonna do anything, but that was weird. That's when we were like, all right, I think we're ready to leave the hotel now. But yeah, so I guess moral of the story is be careful who you talk to. Which again, as an adult, I didn't think I needed to learn a second time, but here we are. At least he had some dedication, I guess. Yeah, he was definitely dedicated. The breakup hurts. It really does. Oh, no. So I'll prepare my pitch and DM you on LinkedIn and make you an offer you can refuse. Why? Because we will build a LinkedIn killer. Yeah, it's always a good sign when your pitch involves like an entire focus on another platform. You could have gotten the hotel room upgrade. They messed up giving out your info, and they would be obligated to switch your rooms. Yeah, I mean, at the time, we were just happy to like be somewhere because we were looking at like houses and stuff in Austin. But yeah, that was, in retrospect, kind of a messed up thing for that hotel to do. Just giving out that info. When you're driving across country for stuff, you end up in some weird situation. But man, being like approached that hard just for trying to do something nice for some random dude in the parking lot, like, we've all been there before. You're trying to work on something and your music's not working. You're just like, man, I can't have anything nice. So I was like, whatever, I'll try and help. And then the dude proceeds to like camp out my family's hotel room. And I'm like, all right, well, you know what? No one gets to have anything nice anymore. I remember at the time I was super excited too, because that was like 1 or 2 days after the YouTube channel got monetized. I was like, oh yeah, I finally made it. You know, with no concept over the fact that like being monetized effectively means nothing, right? Like, again, you can be monetized tomorrow if you don't upload any videos. No one's going to be watching anything. So I made like 28 cents my first month that I was monetized or something. Or no, 96 cents. But I was like over the moon about it. And then, yeah, reality was like, actually, we're going to give you like a phobia of interacting with other people. So I made sure like that was where it started, where I was like, all right, we got to make sure that like info's not available online. We don't accidentally dox ourselves or anything like that. Because it really only takes one dude in a parking lot somewhere to I guess camp out your house. It's very weird though. All right. Anyways, new mod. So we want to do a test of the zip file, and then we want to upload this specific zip like this, mods.zip. So that goes up here. Hopefully, that's now available on the server somewhere. And then we just have to get that from wherever it is to wherever it needs to go, where it needs to go is, or should I look up your county voting records and do it in person? No. Oh God. I can do it, a typing test. I haven't done one of those in a while. I don't think I type that fast. At least not anymore. I used to be really fast when I played like World of Warcraft when I was like a raid leader, because you kind of have to like be fast at typing to yell at people to stop standing in fire or something. But I don't know. Let's just try it. Let's full screen it. This is weird. I'm learning so much right now. I had no idea that there was a breed of frogs like that. Yeah, like 86 words per minute. That's really interesting though that the frog. I don't know if that's true. Okay, hold on. Dart frogs. Completely harmless in captivity. Native diets. That's interesting. A typing speed thing for programming languages. Well, it's a little deceptive when you see me type. Like when you see me SSH in, because I just type SSH, and then because I have ZSH, I can just up arrow key, and then I have like my info here. So sometimes it does look like I'm typing really fast, but it's more just like I'm comfortable with the environment I'm in, so I can just, you know, do that. Here we go. Typing IO lessons. Okay. Oh, I see. I thought I was going to type the comment as well. Oops. I have a cable running across my hands right now. This is really funny. Like I tried this and found myself accidentally hitting CLA. Yeah. Yeah, that one, like, that's probably also hurting me a lot, is my over-reliance on, like, Copilot and stuff. So I definitely find myself waiting for it to autocomplete a lot these days. So I find myself typing less and less, which is unfortunate, because when I go to play video games, I feel like I'm a lot worse than I used to be. But thankfully, that's like a skill that comes back very quickly for me when I like sit down to play something like Halo. It is just a little bit annoying though when I do stuff like this. I'm like, oh, I'm so much slower than I used to be. Getting so sweaty over a typing test. That's funny. Okay. Did I do it? Words per minute, 60. Or copy and paste straight from an LLM. Yeah, seriously though. It can be pretty magical in some repetitive situation, time consuming in others. Yeah, that's one thing I did a couple interviews where I was allowed to use like ChatGPT or Copilot, and I tried to explain each time like the tools are helpful, but you have to know when you're going to fall into one of those productivity holes, and then you got to be like, okay, this isn't helping, and then you have to like abort and go manually do it. And 9 times out of 10, when you go to like, if you okay, we'll do that in a minute. But 9 times out of 10, when you feel like you're going into one of those productivity dips, that's where you just have to like cut away, and you'll find that if you actually try to solve the problem, it's almost always such an easy problem, but you're just you don't want to approach it because you're like, oh, AI will solve it for me. But yeah, the Mount Fuji problem. That's a funny one. Okay, let's come over here. Okay. You're interviewing for a software developer position. as a junior developer fresh out of college. The interviewer. Okay, there's no way ChatGPT will get hired with their answer. That's actually probably true. But let's see what it has to say. So for background, both myself as well as Mr. Tellerian were asked the question when we were a junior developer for our first position, how would you move Mount Fuji, as like a maybe behavioral interview question if I'm giving them credit. It was a very bizarre question. The answers were all across the board, but now I'm going to ask ChatGPT to see what it has to say about how you would move Mount Fuji. Even interviewer would like to know how to, what would we even call it? The interviewer would like to know how you would move Mount Fuji if the president called tomorrow and told you it had to be done. Okay. Let's see. This is a classic interview question. Yeah, how do you approach an insanely difficult question or difficult task? That's basically what they were getting at, I think. This is going to be really funny, though, because I remember my question was entirely algorithmic, which was not really comparable to what I understood a lot of people gave the answers for. There's a lot of nuking of Mount Fuji, which wasn't really moving it. It was just getting rid of it. Okay. All right. Classic interview question. Often used to gauge problem-solving skills and creativity. Doesn't expect a literal answer, but rather an exploration of how you would approach seemingly impossible tasks. Here's how you might answer it as a software developer. Highlighting analytical thinking, teamwork, and leveraging technology. Moving Mount Fuji is, of course, a metaphor for tackling seemingly impossible challenges. If faced with such a directive, that's like a red flag word right there. Someone tells me they've been faced with a directive. I'm like, I don't think this is your answer. My first step would be to break down the problem into smaller, more manageable pieces to understand the core objectives behind the request. Understanding why is as crucial as understanding how. Unless you have the same interviewer we did, then this part does not matter. Is the goal to prevent a natural disaster, create land for development, or is it a test of innovation? It's just because he told you to. And that is all the information you will be provided. Given my background in software development, particularly with Ruby on Rails, Turbo, and Stimulus, my approach would be methodological. So you can tell this thing is fine-tuned to be my little coder buddy, because it knows the exact tech stack too. Because I think that's in my like pre-prompt, where I have it set to like always just to go with this prompt to avoid being a pain. The goal is because Donald Trump wants Mount Fuji to be in Australia, not Japan. Yeah. That was effectively the reasoning. It was just Trump calls and says it's got to be somewhere else. Why? Does Copilot share the context between chats? So no, this one, it doesn't normally, but if I go into like my settings, you can customize it and you can give it a custom instruction set that it'll always take into consideration whenever you start a new chat with it. And I was so upset or so like annoyed by it constantly saying, let's do like a Rails 6 solution to a problem or something, or I'd always have to specify I already have Stimulus and Turbo installed because it would go through the installation steps. I just made like a quick little thing where I was like, just it's in there and you're done. You can stop worrying about it. But it does cause it to like do stuff like this, where when you ask it a random question, it just assumes it has like some background expertise with Rails and Turbo. Okay, I'd start by researching Mount Fuji's geological, environmental, and cultural significance. Yeah, we don't really care about the cultural significance here if nuking it is an acceptable response. To involve consulting with geologists, environmental scientists, and local communities. It's probably fun if you ask non-technical questions, probably. There was one, that's actually what spawned the dad tuber, where I had like the little PNG dad guy in the bottom right who would respond to like your technical questions by surfing the code C's and stuff. It all started because I like created the fun prompt, and then I accidentally went into it with like a Rails question, and he took it to an 11, and he was just giving me the most 80s breakdown of surfing the web that I'd ever seen. because he really liked working on boats and talking to chat. Clarify the underlying goals with the stakeholders. Is relocating Mount Fuji the best solution, or are there alternative methods? I mean, probably just not move Mount Fuji would be my guess, but pretty sure that alternative method isn't on the menu. This can involve creating software simulations, explore different scenarios and their potential impacts, leverage technology. With my skills, I'd propose developing a project management tool tailored for this massive endeavor, integrating data from various experts to monitor progress, predict challenges, and blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. We're not in the business of asking if we should, just if we can. Not even if we can, really. Just we're in the business of saying we'll do it, even if we can't do it. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, that's pretty accurate. It was testing for what needed to be tested for. I'd give magic mushrooms to the president and show Photoshop pics that it was moved. Problem solved. Unironically, that might have gotten you hired. That might have been one of the responses where the interviewer might have gone, you know what? That's pretty funny. I like that. Approach the project with an agile mindset, allowing for flexibility and adaptation as new information and technologies become available. Yeah, new information like Mount Fuji heavy. No move. In summary, while I may not have the physical means to move Mount Fuji, I believe that by applying see, this is such like a carbon copy answer. I don't know. You're probably right that I probably wouldn't hire the person who gave this as an answer, but I also wouldn't ask this as a question for that exact reason. Because I'm drawing a conclusion just based on my own like subjective opinions of how to approach this really weird problem. That's really funny, though. I never would have thought to ask ChatGPT how to move Mount Fuji. Good grief. Really, it's just the plot of Yes Man. I mean, again, you're going to ask the questions that are applicable for the job, I guess, right? And in a lot of cases, it wasn't, at least initially, that was pretty much what you were looking for. I'd make the argument that towards the tail end of it, it was more like we want independent, critical thinkers. But initially, it was just like, we've been told we got to do something, and it involves the M word. And we don't really care if anything about it is correct or feasible. That's just how we got to do it. But man, that Mount Fuji question, that one will live rent-free in my head for years. Okay, so this gets uploaded. Now I want to see, there's got to be a way to like grab the zip file, right? Goes into storage. It's in here somewhere. Let me open this up, actually. Let me see if I can figure out where it is. $37. I don't know how big it was, though. 37. Okay, so yeah. It just gives us a random file. And we probably have to like rename it or something. All right, great stream, but I got to run. Have a good night. It might be on tomorrow. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out, making the stream more entertaining. Yeah, so let's change it. So after we do the upload, we like rename the file. That's step one, I guess. Let's see what our wizard has to say. How can I rename a active storage file? An active storage file after initial upload. I remember how to do this, but I also don't. What is happening? How can I tell you which approach to A/B testing I prefer more? Because this isn't it. You're just making it harder to see anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Download to a temporary location. Upload the file again with a new name. Okay. I mean, I feel like this is the better approach just because it's less work, right? So we'll try this one. Oops. And I clicked on it, and now I can't see the other one. Fantastic. All right. User.find, get the blob, and then rename the file, right? Is that because you're in GPT-4 beta, or is GPT just giving everyone 2 answers now? I really don't know. I like your thinking. That's it. If you're hired, you are hired as my co-founder. We create Linked Out, the killer of LinkedIn. We sell magic mushrooms around the world and funnel to Belarus. Dear God. It's the perfect plan. All right, let me come into the mods controller. Mods controller. That's funny. Funnel it to Belarus. The linked out app. Okay. So it wants to do this, grab the blob, and then rename the file in here. I think it might be better. Can we do this as a callback or something? I don't know. Given the potentially resource-intensive nature of the process, especially for large files. Okay, see, you didn't mention this would be resource-intensive. Hold on. Involves changing the file name associated with the file. Active Storage doesn't provide a direct method to rename files stored in the service, as it handles files by blob, where you can update the file name associated with the file in your application's database. This won't change the file's key in the storage service, but it will change how the file name is presented when you use active. Interesting. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's just try it. Let's see what happens. Worst case scenario, everything blows up. So I have to create, I'm going to come into the generate rename its storage attachment. Interesting. I have my CEO asking, how can we double our delivery in production? Every time you get an order, place the order twice. This is not financial advice. But my understanding is if you just ordered twice, you would then make twice as much money until people caught on, and then you would make no money. But that would be a very easy way to double your delivery. Okay. So we come in here. User has one attached avatar after update in the user model. As opposed to in, yeah, we don't have that. So we do that here. Private, def, rename. Oops. Avatar if needed. But it's not rename avatar, it's rename zip. And we don't need to do it if needed, but I guess we can leave it like that. Grab this, paste it in here, and oh, but the end is auto-completed. One day I'll remember this. Yeah, so I don't know why GPT is giving me double answers. I'm assuming they're just A/B testing everyone. Or maybe they're only A/B testing some people, but they just picked me as one of the people to be A/B tested. But it's a little bit strange. Save change to attribute, desired attribute. And then we do this in here. And then we do an end like that. New file name .jpeg. It would be the name of the file .zip. I'm assuming, and for this we want to, this is going to be very hacky, but I'm going to need everyone to just look away for a minute and pretend this isn't happening. We want to do the, what is it? Self.name, I guess. .zip. Maybe. Or maybe, I don't know, is there a way to like persist the original, get the original file name when the file was uploaded. All stuff that I could reasonably just be Googling. Rails, when a file is uploaded, information about the file, including its file name, is stored in active storage blob associated with the attachment. Access the original file name through the blob associated with the file. Okay, so original file name. Let's do that. Original file name is equal to zip.blob.filename2s if it's attached. And we can just do this. And then we'll see what this does. So this gives us our rename active storage attachment job, right? Yeah, so this is just creating and uploading again, which I don't know. Is there a way to do this without recreating the whole thing? Active storage rename file. This is where you walk away from the AI. Let's see. How do I change the file name for each active storage? I really don't want to re-upload this, because if you're not familiar, these mod pack folders can be like 200 megs worth of stuff. I don't want to have to go replicating that. Download attributes. Okay, I don't want that. Active storage, rename file without remaking file. I don't know. Rename without re-upload. Classic. Okay. I love it when you just go to the GitHub issue and there's nothing there. Active storage without file renaming. (2023). I've done a mistake when I've chosen active storage. Please. Upload files. Nope. Theory to practice. Please just give me something about renaming. There's got to be a way. Why does it need to be string IO new blob download? That right there is like a deal breaker. This is not good. File name, content type. Okay. A way to rename without re-uploading, downloading, or anything else. Please. We'll include the please. We'll let it know that we're in the bargaining stage of grief. Okay, if you're looking to change the name that's presented to users when they download the file without actually changing the file's name in the storage backend, which is not what I'm doing, this by updating the metadata, blah, blah, blah. I need the file to have a different name on disk. I guess what I could also do, I mean, I could just have it manually like copy the file or something. I don't know. Well, hold on. I'm being dumb. Somebody stop me. If I create an endpoint, I can pretty much just name it whatever I want to, right? So I'm just way overcomplicating this. So instead of doing this on disk, like I talked about, what I do is just, I mean, for the volume, it doesn't work, but maybe I just do this in a different way. So I say, okay, we have this. We need a endpoint in our mods controller, right? So our mods show. Let's go to mods/1 like this. Assuming I type it correctly. This gives us a URL. This is not the correct URL. Okay. Mod/1/JSON right here for the show. What we want to do then is HTML and then format .json And then for this, we need to include the zip file in the response. Like that. That just takes us here. So this is not how we want to do it. Dot URL for, I guess that makes sense. But of course, this isn't going to work. Okay, so what I want to do, I have to think about this instead of just throwing words at the screen. I would like the endpoint to be a way for the server, I guess, to copy it from wherever it is. So presumably, SSH, whatever. Presumably we're in, let me actually close this one right here. We don't need this other one open anymore. Presumably we are in like Forge server, or maybe this is just a service that runs like in the background, right? It needs to go into the storage volume, wherever that's located. The Rails volume. It needs to go into the Rails volume and get the file. If we don't do it that way, let's say we need to actually like, I don't know, like wget this from wherever it is. This is located on, I'm also realizing I was doing this on dnow and not over here, which is why it wasn't working. That's pretty funny. But let's say we come over here, right? This has this zip file. So I do a wget of this file. Now that of course works. That's just not the best solution, right? So instead, maybe I find a way to grab it locally and then see if I can do that. Now this does give us the mods.zip. We would then move this into the Forge server, or we would unzip it. Now we do have the old mods too. So let me rm-rf mods. And then let me unzip mods.zip. Then we can cd into mods. Oh, whoops. Yes, to all. Oh, I see. I needed to put that somewhere else. So let's rm that. Also, let's do this. Make dir mods, cd mods, or no, let's cp the mods.zip to mods. cd into mods, unzip mods.zip. Like this. We now have this, right? So then let's cp the mods directory into forge/mods. I don't know. cd into forge server. This now has a mods directory, cd into mods. And then this has a mods folder. So we want to cp mods/smooth into here, right? Then we can rm-rf the mods. So now we have this in here. I don't know if this will work. I have no idea. It gives us a jar file. Then let's do ./startup.sh. And then we want to start this profile instead of the other one. And that's kind of like the beta of what I'm looking for here. So you don't got to set up like an FTP client or anything. You kind of point everything with Kamal, and then you can just manage your stuff through like a pretty easy website that lives alongside your Rails app. But I guess that'll depend on if this actually works. So let me full screen this. Private build. Smooth boot started. It did its version check, so that's good. So it sees the mod when we do the wget. So all we have to do is get it from the server somehow, which we can do locally. Unzip the zip file and then move it into the mods folder. And that gives us effectively like a very ugly but manageable service that we have. Okay. All righty. And then we can come over here. Don't show this. Proceed. Add server. And then we just do dnout.com. the same as our domain, which we use to access our server. Hopefully. Or not. The server is running. Let's just see what happens. Unless we have to use the IP now, maybe? Let me grab the IP address and see if that's different. So let's dnout. Let's do dnout IP. Like that. Okay, so the IP address works. So we can't just use the domain name. But my understanding is this is a client and server. Yeah, it's a client and server mod, so we can at least test that it's working there. And then, of course, this works again, just like last time. It does seem pretty snappy still. Okay. So now we just need a way for this to do the let me come into the README. Things to consider, right? So we have this README here. All of these things. What we need to do is steps to configure Minecraft server. 1, get new zip file from the server, which we could do by doing something like a /latest route, right? Where you go to /latest and it gives you the last mod that was created or the last mod that was updated. It gives you that one zip file. So you don't have to do any thinking aside from that. Okay, so get new zip file from the server. 2, unzip the file. 3, move contents to the forge server /mods directory. And then 4 is like restart or run the server. That's basically all we have to do. Now I just have to figure out how to do that. Because it's always one thing to say that's all I have to do, and then the execution turns out to be a little bit harder. So let's start with the route, because that seems like an easy one. So let me cd out of here, cd into Minecraft, cd into demo. Okay. So we have the mods. We probably want to do like an API route. If you do an API route, you probably want to lock it down so you can only access it from the local server. We'll pretend that's not a problem right now. So instead, we have our pages. We have our mods. Rails G controller. What do you want to call this? I'm just going to call it API. No, I shouldn't do that. I'll call it dashboard. Controller, new folder, API. New folder, V1. Move the pages in here. And then in here, what I want to do is that. This is the pages controller too, so I really don't want to be doing this. Undo the move, dashboard. Hello? Stop trying to do that. Dashboard goes in here. Move. Dashboard gets a new route. There we go. Don't save this one. API, V1, dashboard like that. Then we come into our routes. Let's see. Configure API routes to get the latest zip file. Or to get the latest mods zip file, which will be like either, it'll be either the last uploaded or the last updated, I guess. Something like that. And then we have namespace v1 do. And then in here, we would have the only index and show. We don't want this. We want dashboard. Get, what do we want to call this? Dashboard / latest, or get like latest mod pack maybe to the dashboard latest mod pack, maybe something like that. Okay, bin/dev, start the server, come over to this one, make sure we're on the right route, and then this needs to be an API /v1 / latest mod pack, which isn't available. So let's come into the dashboard controller, do a def latest mod pack. And then we want to do, you could do a mod.last. This isn't how we're going to do it in the long run. I think for now, this is how we'll do it. Because I don't like the idea of re-uploading a mod every time you want to update it. But we'll see. You can send file mod.modpack.path. Get the mod zip file. What does that do? Oops. Let's go here. Mod.path. Mod.zip.path isn't a thing. Okay. So what we want to do is render something. We want to render the, get the mod zip file. No, we want to do like, get the mod zip file attachment. We want to do a send file mod.zip. I don't know if this will work. We'll see. Send file, an implicit conversion of attached one into string. Mod.zip. Okay. We could render the JSON on the page. How does it normally work? Let's see. Okay. Storage file. Let's see. I kind of need this to work in a specific way, I guess, to make sure that this is doing what I want it to. Directly send the file or redirect the user to the service URL. Oh, you could do send data. Is that how I want to do it? Redirect to the service URL. I don't know. Is there, if I do this dot service, this shouldn't work out of the box, right? Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. So what if I try this? I can do this. Let me see if I zoom in a bit. Okay. Send data. To zip.download. Is that how you want to do it? What does this do? Okay, let's try this. So if we do mod.zip.blob, can I do that? .signed ID. Gives us that. I don't think that's how I want to do it either. So what I really want to do is kind of just point to it, which is what we're doing somewhere. What is this? The zip, or sorry, the mods partial underscore mod partial. URL for mod.zip. URL for mod.zip. Something like this. So would that work if I like redirect there? Redirect to this maybe? Don't know. Okay, so that does work. Okay, so that was a lot easier than I thought it needed to be. I was just overcomplicating it again for like the 100th time. Okay. So now we can grab this, and instead of running this server, we can, let me stop this. Stop the screen server. Let me cd out of here. rm-rf the mods and rm-rf the mods.zip. Make dir playground. cd playground. Okay. I just like being in like a safe space to do this so they don't blow anything up. So I'm just going to wget this. No. Oh, I have to deploy it. Yeah, because this isn't on here. What am I doing? Okay, stop server, Kamal deploy, which should be faster than a Kamal setup. But it's still going to be slower than anything I possibly could have imagined. Okay. Oh, geez. All right. So that'll come up here. We can then pull this. We then need a way to have a service run here. Or something. Some kind of like cron scheduled task. I think that's the best way to do it. You'd want something that you can also easily like deploy, I guess. That's the other thing I need to consider, because it can't be something where I got to tell someone, oh, and then SSH into your machine and set all this up, because that's not the point. The point is it just works, TM. We'll see. Okay. Yeah. So we want Linux service that downloads a file. But that's a good point. We need a way to check if it's a new file compared to what we currently got. Okay. So we want this to actually be the download latest mod. And then we need a def check current version. Right? Not that last mod.version, render version. I guess that's one way to do it. I'm not sure if that's the way I want to do it. But if we make the user set up a version when they do this, yeah, but then they'd end up in a situation where they're going to just set that number to like 1 million, and then it's not going to be usable from that point forward. As is tradition. But I don't know if there's any data like that that we really get with the zip file. So it might have to be user driven. We'll see. You could set some kind of counter, I guess. Number of times downloaded. No, that wouldn't work. You could just copy the container.ready. I love you, Kamal. Never change. Okay, that page does not exist. Come back over here. Okay, let's go to slash. Did I change that in here? I bet. Let me see where I started doing changes before I saved it. Okay, so this was fine. This should exist. I guess we do like another deploy and we just see if that causes it to be healthy this time. I don't know why it wasn't healthy off the rip, but honestly, at this point, I've stopped questioning it. Container not ready, still unhealthy. Like I haven't changed anything fundamentally. I changed like a route. The rest of it should still be fine. And again, it works on my machine. Is it because I'm in the... It shouldn't be because I'm connected, right? I guess we'll see. 7 out of 7. Oh, yep, it's upset about something. Failed to connect. It went boom. Let's just do another deploy. This time I'm not connected. So in theory, it should just fly through and then everything should just work. It won't, but that's what I want to happen with every fiber of my being. Okay, let's come in here. This can be download latest. Download latest. Come over here, bin/dev. Download latest. Okay, that works. So I should be able to deploy that now. Container not ready. So let's do a Kamal redeploy. We have different changes here now, so it's got to do more build steps, and then hopefully this causes it to work. Man, I think it might be time to break out the Kamal meme again. I don't know how this tool can be this good and always break. Because I definitely hear my fair share of it's the greatest thing that's ever been invented. And yet every time I use it, it just works, TM. It just works. Sigh. Okay. Well, if I can do this, can I come over here? Check current version. So this should do nothing, right? Yeah. Let's go over to the routes. Check current version. Refresh. Mod.version doesn't exist. Makes sense. Over here to our migrations. Create mods. Okay. This doesn't look bad for... Yeah, well, then that's the thing. Like for AI generated, it was like hilariously good. I really like how the blue is reflected on the hair. I love the tears. Those are hilarious to me. I would just want to like do it in my own style. But like for a throwaway meme, this was hilarious to me. And it was, 30 seconds in the kitchen. But you can definitely tell the more you like try and get it to do other stuff. And this is what I meant. I generated a couple so that I would have something to point to like explain it. Because it's kind of hard to explain sometimes, but you can see how like the style is just inconsistent between them. Which of course, if you get someone who knows what they're doing, you're not going to run into that same problem. Now, if you just want one to throw away, that's probably good enough. But that's where I would be the one doing the doodling. Okay. This is still unhappy. So the container apparently just isn't running. Now this works. Mod list. We have the mods here. Show this mod. But for some reason, this is failing. So what did I break? Pop into here, Docker PS. Like clearly this is still going to be running, right? We have our Linktree demo, which you can ignore the name. That's because of copy pasta. then we have Trafic. So those are both working, but this one's been up for 52 minutes. So where, pray tell, is this deploying to where the Docker container is unhealthy? Xargs. Container not ready. I mean, it gets through it all, but then it just goes, poof. Why? Rails new Belarus funnel. Don't tell your parents. I thought part of the scheme was that you had to tell my parents so that they would be bothered by your startup pitch while they're trying to enjoy their vacation. Let's change this to... maybe not. Okay, well, let's maybe stop this. Control D. Good idea. Yeah. Sure, my mom will love that. More people just showing up and going, hey, is your son there? I really want to like make a bunch of money, but I don't know how. Kind of hoping he could help with that. I don't want to do another setup. Come on, give me a command. Give me a command to fix this. Curl and Docker. Okay. Prune. We could try that. Kamal prune. Oh, Kamal prune. All. Let's prune the containers. Okay. Kamal deploy. I hate it here. Server's still running, so that's probably going to go boom again. Okay, I changed this. Change this. Change this. I guess I did generate a new controller. But man, there's nothing here that I really changed that would cause this to not start. But I mean, this thing's not even trying to start at this point. It's just giving up before you get anywhere. Audit log, env, lock, chords. I guess I could stop the container, wipe it away, and then do a full deploy. But this should be doing something, right? Like, it's clearly cooking, but then it gets to a certain point and it just says the container is not healthy, which makes no sense to me. It was healthy 5 minutes ago. What did it do? How did it get a cold? Who's been coughing on my container? Okay. All right, and then after this, we'll try without the deploy. So we'll have to switch back to... I think we'll switch back to a deploy instead of a redeploy, but I can never remember which one's which. I think the deploy is what we're... Or no, the redeploy is what we're doing right now, which I think is why it's taking so long. If we switch back to the deploy, it should be like 30 seconds between attempts. We'll see. I'd at least like to get it to a point where we can check the version and pull like whatever the latest is. Okay. Failed to start, failed to start, failed to start. Failed to start. Hello, hello, Mr. Streamer gamer developer. Yep, that's me. We're up to no good again today. It's good to see you again, Clear. It's once again everyone's favorite meme time with Kamal randomly throwing one error after another. And in typical fashion, it was working 5 minutes ago. Couldn't connect to the server. Up to no good is good. Yeah, well, we'll see. All right. We're going to SSH in. Docker PS. Yeah, okay, so those are still 58 minutes old. So let's say Kamal prune. Sorry, prune containers. All unused images and stopped containers. Maybe that's why. Let's see. Remove traffic. Don't need that. Redeploy. Deploys app to the server without bootstrapping servers, starting traffic, pruning, and registry login. This just says it deploys app to the server. So what was the last thing I ran? That was a deploy. So the deploy was super slow compared to the redeploy. Okay. Kamal app, maybe? I don't know. Kamal app containers. Okay. All app stop. Kamal app stop. Stop making me cry. Okay, does that work? And then containers should return its okay. Stop app containers on server. It really doesn't tell me anything about this. So let's just SSH in root at whatever. Docker PS. Oh wait, it stopped one. Docker container stop. I want to stop the traffic one as well because it's being cringe. Docker PS. Okay. Disconnect. Kamal deploy. Please. Just do the thing. You're making me look bad. Or worse, I'm making me look bad. That was really fast for everything that you just went through and claim you did. I don't know if I believe that. Yeah, 404 not found. Okay. And boom again. Okay. Just to verify, yeah, I'm in the right directory. Okay. So that was a deploy. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I mean, we could change this name, but it really doesn't matter. And then this is fine, right? Storage is Rails storage. I didn't change anything in the Docker file. All I did was I changed the routes and some controllers. But like, again, there's nothing there that would stop the container from starting. Is it working over here? Oh, maybe it's not. Okay, where is this? Dashboard controller. Interesting. So wait, why is this causing everything to go boom? Uninitialized constant pages controller. Oh, I see. And then we come over here. Okay, so that's working again. This should be fine. Nothing in here. So let's deploy this. Always happy when it's a me problem and not a Kamal problem, because I can solve the me problems. The other ones they get you. Although, to be fair, like, I'm pretty sure most of them are just me problems. So maybe I can't solve all the me problems, because if I'm conflating the Kamal and the me problems, that means that there's some unsolvable me problems. Like the fact that the second deploy always fails, but the first one always works. Really don't know how that one's possible, but here we are. Okay, and then we should be good to like spam refresh over here once we get to a certain point, and then like hopefully this starts up. For like the love of God, it starts up maybe. Or the love of something. Something somewhere. Yeah. And then yeah, we have to add this, which means we're gonna have to come into the DB migrate. I'm just gonna come in here. For the love of Mets. The love of something. T dot string. T dot integer maybe. Version. But if this is sorting by oh, well, it's just doing a version, right? So it probably doesn't matter if it's a string or not. Yeah, because if I'm thinking about this right, I really don't care what version it is. Something like that. I think. So we can generate that, and then we'll check it on like I guess on the server. When the script runs, it'll just check if the version is outdated. Because there's really it's like the Wild West out here in terms of like mod versions. Like even just looking through here, some of these modern fix -forge -5.1 5.13 MC 1.20.1. So like your version is 5.13.0 plus MC1. Like there's arithmetic in the version numbers over here. So I don't think we're getting that into any sort of standardized format. Okay, let's see. This looks different, so that's good. Now I can come over here and this works. And now I can SSH in to this application. And I can go over here and I can check out these routes. So the first thing I want to do is go to the download latest. CD playground. And then we wanted to at least try a wget for this, right? Maybe. Let's see. Let's grab this slash API slash v1 slash download latest mod. Okay. That gives us our file, I think. Do we have to, oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so this gets us our last file, which is really just this one, right? Yes. Then it gives us this. Why is it giving us this? Shouldn't this be coming with the zip? If I go to here slash API slash v1 slash download latest mod. Yeah, this gives me a mods.zip. It doesn't give me a download latest. So I don't know. Wget preserve file name. What is it? Okay, let's try this. I didn't realize this is what it was doing last time. Okay, so that works. And then we can rm-rf the download latest, whatever that is. And let's unzip mods.zip, which gives us this jar file. Yes, can I help you? Time of Tales. Sister of Dean. Let's see. So that gives us this, and then we would have to move that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm not giving you $40. I'm going to do a touch get.sh. Vim get.sh. Oh wait, yeah, so I need to do wget. Oops, insert. I always forget to do that. What is it? Wget. Is it dash content disposition? HTTPS dnout.com/ this also needs to change, right? Because it's going to change based on what your domain name is, but I'm going to leave that for now. We're going to pretend that's not a problem. API/v1/download latest mod. Like that, I think. Okay. rm-rf mods, and we want the smooth. Oops. What is it? One day I'll remember how to do this. Plus X, that's a get. Okay, so we have our script now. Okay, so let's figure out what the steps are. We unzip mods. Oh wait, or we could move mods and then unzip. Okay, so let's see. I would then go to rm-rf the /forge, or no, /forge server/mods, like that. I would then cp. I would make dir the forge server/mods, cp mods.zip to here, and then unzip. /mods.zip. Okay. Wait, did that unzip in here or unzip there? /forge server mods. Okay, so that has that, but we need to unzip it in there, I think. File name not matched. Say goodnight. Good night. Sincerely. No, I refuse. I will not dance for your entertainment. Sincerely. Okay, let's see. How to unzip to target directory. Using the -d command. Okay, of course. Unzip -d destination. Okay, so instead of doing this, we could then do this. Unzip mods.zip -d /forge server/mods. Like that. then we want to check the forge server / mods directory, which now has that in it. So let me see, let me step through all these commands. Okay, we remove it. Let me also remove everything from here. rm-rf mods.zip and rm-rf smooth, like that. Okay, so we come up here. First thing we do is we run that git.sh, which will have all of these commands in it, but I just need to download the file. Right, so I download it. That puts it in here. Now I unzip this. No, now I rm-rf the mods directory. So we go to /forge/mods. Remove that. Make dir mods. Now I can do the unzip. Like this. To there. Now if I check in that directory, that has the mod in it. Which means what I have to do here is copy these 3 commands. The git sh. Okay. Oops. Nope. I did not print screen. Please. Please. Oh, that's why. Okay. I see. That. Then we need these commands. So we start by doing this. We rm-rf the mods, create the directory, and we unzip in here. And then after that, we then have to start the server, right? There's probably a cleaner way to do this, but right now I just want to try this. Okay. So, first question, what happens if I just run this? Copies the file, does that. Zip rm-rf mods zip1. Yes, that's why. Okay, hold on. Okay, that works. And then archive zip puts it in there. So let me LL it. I don't have ZSH here either. Oh, okay. / forge server mods, which has it in there. rf / forge server / mods. This is a tutorial on command line. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this is just something that I have suffered through enough times that I'm kind of comfortable with it. At least like how to hack together one of these scripts. Because again, like what I used to do was not web development. So it's what steps does this need to do on the target device and how can I replicate them? The best way to do it is to just do it yourself and then write down the steps. So the whole time you're just sitting there going, write that down, write that down. Okay, so we no longer have this. Now my question is, if I run this, it gets the file, it still makes it. Okay, so a lot of this is different than what I'm used to, but I think this works. So now if I cd out of here, cd into Forge server, has the mods, and now if I just run start sh, this should work, right? So what if I cd out of here? And actually, I'm going to disconnect because my client's lagging like crazy. cd into playground. We're going to vim the git.sh. What I want to do now is after this is done, insert. I then want to run what's in there. So maybe, do I cd in there? Okay, hold on. We have the git sh. I'm gonna rename this to update.sh. Move git sh to update.sh. Okay. I'm gonna cp update.sh to Forge server. Okay. So what I want to do now is I want to yeah, you could either combine them or we could do it like this. So let's vim the start.sh, which has this stuff in it. Yeah, let's just do this. Do this, insert. I think like this should then work. Okay. So we do the get. This also changes now, which is one of the downsides of doing it in such a hacky way. But that's fine. We're just experimenting right now. Remove mods. Make dir mods. I guess we can do it like this. This name, I'm also realizing this will change. This won't always be mods.zip, I think. We can probably change that though if we need to, but unzip this file. Okay, so let's see. Mods.zip might change. So that needs to be accounted for. Then we also have mods directory is kind of hacky. And this command, I don't know. Oops. This one is a wild card. Who knows what happens? Okay. So in theory, it now clones the stuff, gets rid of the mods folder, makes a new mods folder, unzips the mods.zip, and then runs this. What we should do then, maybe either we create an archives directory, or in this case, I think we just clean up. We can rm the mods.zip after we've unzipped it, I think. So let's see what this does. Okay, so we have a mods directory at 2132. It's 36 right now, so /update. Okay. I mean, that seems like it worked. So let me come back to the mod packs. It's the testing one, which only has one mod enabled. And what we could do is we could throw a second mod in, and then we could just see if it gets added. But let's test this first, make sure the server like actually starts up and everything else. Now the console will tell us if it's all working, right? Like I can come in here and I can just do whatever I want to, and this will work just fine because this is technically our Minecraft console right here. So like I can, you know, op myself, but I'm already an op. But you can see here that works because I've already been on the server. I've already turned myself into an op. But I can do like game mode survival for, I don't know if that's how you do it, or maybe do game mode Deanin survival. Like that, which sets me to survival. And now when I log in, I should no longer be in creative mode. So we'll see. Okay, well, it didn't work, but let me tab out and see if it works if I run it now. Unknown game mode Dean Okay, so I do have to do this in the opposite order. Game mode survival Dean like that. There we go. So that puts me into survival. And now I'm stuck, but I can still game mode creative, right? There we go. Okay, so that works. Now what I want to do is I'm going to add a second mod, and we're going to see if just uploading the zip file causes this to work. So let me come over here. Don't really know what to add. Browse, or no, I want to come over to mod packs, testing, click this button. I want to find like a server side thing that would be good to test. I'm in creative mode, so I can actually just test this by doing. Let's grab create, which I don't think this has any dependencies, but I guess we'll find out. So that gives us a second one. We can now come over to our folder, here, open folder. Okay. Go into mods. Instead of just having one in here, we'll delete this. We'll zip these up. Call it mods.zip because we have to name it that way right now because otherwise it won't work. But that's a different problem. Create a new mod. Mod number 2. This one has create. We'll drag this over. Mods is now attached. Click update. Which isn't technically the right term, but whatever. Okay, so this is now updated. So now let me stop the server with Control-C. That'll save it. And now let me just run /update.sh. Okay. Now let me come over here and let me start this. Now if I can connect, we verified that works through some act of a higher power. Because this is a very hacky solution, but it's still pretty neat. Oh, wait. We see it right here. There's a bunch of create stuff being set in our terminal. So we already kind of know this worked. Because the registry is doing create for the different items. So we have create Steam, saw, schematic cannon. All that stuff is happening. So I'm pretty confident this worked then if we saw it there. But again, all of this hinges on the user uploading a file called mods.zip. So that's still not great. But you saw there, we uploaded a new one and we still pulled the new one. We weren't pulling the old one through like a 5-line script, basically. So then if we have something running in the background that's constantly checking that, we could pretty realistically get something up and running here. Yes, I'm not getting a compatibility issue. That seems to be fine. We can come over here. And now if I do a tab, let me actually full screen this. We can actually see the create icon right here. So we know this is going to work. I have to open up my inventory somehow. There we go. Page 2, create. So we can like grab a water wheel or something and go put this down somewhere. I don't know. Yeah. Something like that. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. All that through a Rails app with a file upload and a dream. I guess a script. I'm not being totally fair when I say a dream, but you know what I mean. So there's a couple questions now, like is the Contabo server good for this type of thing? Don't know. And how do we scale it? But right now, this is pretty cool. Especially considering like everything else that I'm running, this seems to be pretty performant. But again, there's only like 2 mods running right now. My girlfriend is asking, why is this guy on our TV single soon, I guess. Oh, geez. Okay, github.com/whatever. Actually, github.new. At this point, it doesn't matter, but I really need to make a habit of Minecraft Kamal hosting. Hosting a Minecraft server with Kamal because reasons. What happens if you delete the file while the server is running? That's a good question. So in theory, because it deletes the zip. So I'm assuming because it just moves the mods into the mods folder. At that point, deleting the zip doesn't matter. If you delete the actual files here, I have no idea what would happen. I can only assume bad things. I've never tried to like pull out a jar file while the server is running. Oh, wait, but yeah, you'd have to be really careful with how you handle it. Because I see what you're saying. You could have like, yeah, if you upload a new one and you pull it right away, you run the update script, that could run into problems. Which will also vary depending on the size, right? Like even if it's a minute per check. Okay, hold on. Issues. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Uploading a... Okay, how would I do this? Deploying the server deploy bug is what we'll call it. I don't know what to call it right now, so we'll just stick with this. Okay, if I upload a new zip, server runs update script, server deletes mod folder. Okay, server recreates, creates mod folder, server deploys new mods. Okay, simultaneously, a second file is uploaded, and the thing, checking for changes fires again. Yeah, making a bug report before the code is even up there. Second file is uploaded, and the thing checking for changes fires again. Maybe because I don't know, it runs every minute, and it takes too long to deploy the changes. This could delete the mods folder while things are happening. I don't know how else to describe it, but I think that's basically the thought, is like some kind of race condition, which would most likely happen either with like a huge mods folder or just someone like mashing the deploy button or something. So you'd have to like restrict it somehow. Okay, and then we also have the fact that the Forge server is just sitting here right now. So that's just something to keep in mind, I guess. I want to come out, or I want to come in here, and I want to grab the update one. Okay. All right, so that's good, and then we'll just pop out of here. And then I want to come in here and I want to do a new folder. We'll call this scripts, new file, update.sh. Like that. So that lets us keep this stuff. Which again, this will change, but it's at least something. I can do a git status, add dot get commit -m init commit. We can push this up. All right, then we can refresh this. And now we got our weird Kamal hosting thing running, which doesn't have an environment variable in it, right? Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, so I think we're good now. We at least have this up here, and we have like a prototype of whatever this is going to become. Oh, but I think this is such a cool concept. This might be me just being like a complete turbo nerd. I don't know. But it's so cool to just have like a website that you can just upload this stuff to without any of the other overhead that comes with everything. Doing those admin panels and all that other stuff, just having something like this where like ultimately we just have like a Docker compose file or something. We just deploy 2 containers, one for Minecraft, one for the Rails app. And then you got like a front end website for your server and all that stuff out of the box. You can deploy it without having to go watch 20 different videos on how to do it. The only downside is it runs on Kamal, so you're going to have like Ruby installed on your system or something. That one I don't know how to get out of. Which for us isn't an issue, but it's going to be a problem for like the 10-year-old who wants to deploy an app for someone. The other thing would be that you could just download the jar directly to the server. Yeah, that would also be nice. So you don't have to upload it. But yeah, like ideally this just becomes some kind of hosting thing. I don't know. Either you like go to the website and you get one of these set up for you and you just plug in an IP or something, or something else. Like Hatchbox.io, but Minecraft.io or something. And then you don't have to worry about paying for the questionable hosting services for all these games. Because good Lord, they are creeping up on those prices. Talking about vendor lock-in, that's also quite the issue. Alrighty. I think this is a good stopping point for the day. Got a new toy project to play with. Can't wait to start finding a reason to put Minecraft in the title for the streams. Anyways, I appreciate everyone hanging out today. Hopefully the on-screen chat was good, considering. First time trying that. I still only have Twitch on the thanks for watching screen. I'm sorry, YouTube viewers, but hopefully we can get that better in the future. But thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. See you guys tomorrow. Same time, 5 p.m. till 10 or later if I get distracted Eastern. Adios.